Alright, here we are. This is Sebastian, and we're going to do another stream today. And I'm going to be recording this as almost like a guide for people getting into altering. So if you want to start altering, this will be a good resource. I'm probably going to edit the VOD down, so I'm going to try to talk about everything in this one. So right now I'm just setting up my wet palette. And this wet palette, it was just made from stuff from a dollar store. We've got very cheap parchment paper. You want to find stuff that is you want to find parchment paper that is not treated with a Teflon spray in any way. I'm just tucking it into the corner of my palette here, but it's being a little troublesome. But yeah, you want to find a parchment paper that's not treated with any Teflon or silicone spray. So typically, honestly, the cheaper the better, because the more expensive it is, the more likely it has treatment on it. So this is what we call no name in Canada. So I'll show you that really quick. We've got, here we go, no name non-stick cooking and baking parchment paper. Just available in Canada to my knowledge, but you can test if your parchment paper is a good fit. If you put it in water, you can like it will like turn soft and you can rip it, like kind of what's happening here. Then you know you've got one that isn't treated with anti-stick spray or whatever, so it's actually water permeable. If you have one that is sprayed with spray and you put it in your water to kind of like pre-soak it, then it will not work the same way. It'll basically feel very waxy and you won't be able to like pull it apart. It'll stay very firm, very solid. I'm looking for my, here we go. Then I like to just weigh down the corners of my wet palette, especially if one side I can fit it in here and the other side I can't. I like to just weigh down the corners of the one side. I'm trying to get all these air bubbles out. Like I said, this is a behind the scenes look, so it's going to take a little setup before I start to get to the actual painting here. But like I said, I want this to be a resource for anyone who's getting into the hobby. They can look at this. And there we go. I'm starting to get all the bubbles out. Now I'm just getting the air out of the layers here. Excellent. So yeah, we're looking for this, like no air bubbles. Everything is kind of like all solid. The water is touching, so the water is gonna kind of permeate into the paper. And then like here you can see little water droplets on top. We also want to just brush those off to the side. We don't want a bunch of loose water hanging out on top. There we go. Okay, so now what I like to do is I like to just tape the card onto my backing here. And I typically do that with this painter's tape. It's Duramax brand. I don't know, it's probably cheap dollar store stuff as well. But some tapes are more adhesive than others, so if your tape is really sticky, you might want to just weaken the adhesive a little bit by tapping your finger on it, right? This one is like the perfect amount of sticky, but I have had like when I first started doing alters, I used a Scotch tape and it ended up really sticking to my cards and peeling the backing off, but luckily it was just a basic swamp I was working on for that first batch. So the other thing I do is I just take the tape and I roll it onto my brush to get these nice little rolls here. And the width of the tape roll is pretty good for the magic cards as well. I like to put one on the top, on the bottom, and then I really flatten it out here. Alright, so with that, we can tape it into place. Just making sure I'm recording 3 different types of videos at once, so I'm making sure it's going to be in place for all of them. I'm pretty sure I got my camera set up quite well. Okay. Alright, so now I am done with my tape. Sometimes you can use it to like make some lines if you need to, but I don't need to make any strong straight lines with this piece. So I'll put my tape away, I'll put my scissors away here. Wonderful. Next thing I like to do, just brush off the card really quick. This is like my really soft, just kind of like bristle brush I just use for cleaning and swiping off dust. And then I just make sure it's not going to go anywhere, and that's nice and flat. It's more of a like OCD trying to get the recording right type of thing. Another thing you can do is you can just drop down like a little bit of water or something, right? And then clean it really quickly with like a cotton ball. Just something, some way to clean the card. Just make sure that there's no dirt and debris on it. And then you're pretty much ready to paint, right? So I set up my palette, I set up my card, clean it off a little bit, voila, and I'm ready to paint. When it comes to painting, depending on the card, I like to do some white layers, but not always. Today I'm going to be painting with some white layers because of all the yellow in this card. So the yellow is often takes a lot of layers to try to lighten something up with yellow. So it's a lot easier to get your base layers done with white and then go in with the yellow afterwards. Alright, so since I'm all set up here, I'm going to turn on my time-lapse phone, which is my personal phone. And now we are recording for YouTube as well as we are streaming here. So I'm thinking with this card, I'm going to take all these streaks of yellow and I'm going to continue them. I'm going to probably paint over the two, but then I'll clean it out. It'll just be easier to do it that way. The sky is a relatively light color of blue. Over here, we're going to really darken up. So I think I'm going to put white, probably from this corner all the way down to like here. So I'll start with that. Now, when I'm painting these first base layers, it's really important, for me at least, to make sure all my strokes go vertically. When we're looking at a card, typically we're looking at it in this orientation, right? Unless it's tapped, of course. So that means that the light, we're looking at it is kind of like going this way. So it makes it a lot more pleasing to the eye and a lot more consistent if a lot of your base layer strokes go the same way. So these first few layers, I do it pretty light. I just make sure that I'm not applying too much paint. I'm just getting some base layers to work with, and I'll have to do multiple layers for this one because going over this black with these kind of like bright yellows and oranges, that'll take a ton of layers if I don't hit it with this white first. So that's where we're at with that. And I'm going to be kind of bouncing around places because I don't want this to be watching paint dry, so I'm going to do this layer of white and then I'll go over and kind of start working on the mountain as well, just so this video is a little bit quicker and a little bit simpler. This card isn't a commission, this is just, you know, for practice, for kind of, if I eventually do make a website, I could put it on that, but it's just another card for me to put in my binder and bring to magic nights and, you know, offer to trade people. So I can be a little quick with it. I can be a little loose with it. If I was making this for a client, I would want to be absolutely perfect, but it's not the end of the world if a little bit of paint gets where it not ought to have gotten. And I've moved my monitor as well. Last time my monitor was quite far away, so it was hard for me to interact with the viewers, but now I've got my monitor in a much better spot, much easier to watch spot. So I often, you'll see me dipping my brush into the water, and that's just so that the paint on my brush doesn't dry right out. If the paint on your brush dries out, then it's going to become really scratchy. The paint becomes really scratchy when it's hard. So that will probably just pull up your last layer. And that can be a frustrating experience, especially when you're painting in these like really thin, shallow layers. But when I want to get the water out of that brush, I'll just dab it on my sheet here. And then grab a little bit more paint. And then, like I said, I need a little bit of a better angle to grab this part here. So I'm just going to like roughly put in, you know, a continuation of this shape. And it doesn't have to be perfect. I can always fix it up and change it up later. And it's better to go big with it because I can always, especially when it's on the original kind of like cardstock, I can basically erase it by just scraping it away. But it's a lot more difficult to try to add paint to where it isn't. And what I mean by that is if I have to do 10 layers and I decide, oh, I actually want this to be bigger, then I have to do like 10 layers there as well, right? And 10 layers might be a bit of an exaggeration, but it's just for, you know, just for driving the point home. Here we go. So we're gonna go around that too, and like I said, if it gets over the 2, not the end of the world. I can easily scrape that off later. And, you know, scrape may seem like a violent term, especially for some people have very expensive cards that they want to get commissioned. But when I say scrape, I'm going to be using a toothpick very lightly. Now, I did try some other things for doing that. I've tried using dental picks in the past, and those work okay, but not nearly as good as the toothpick. And I also tried using like these clay sculpting tools. I don't have it here anymore because it actually scraped the ink right off the card, so that was a no-go as well. The humble toothpick is truly the best thing to scrape off the ink. Oh, we got some chat. Sorry I didn't notice. They're at the very bottom of my screen. I really love the altars. Thanks, I appreciate that a lot. I have a lot of fun doing these altars, so it's really a bonus that people are digging them as well. I'm trying to figure out what I'm going to do for this stuff. I think I'm just going to start by graying it down a little bit and then go from there. Evening Bastion. Oh, it's Aaron again. What's up, my dude? It's what is it? I think it's like 2 p.m. here. I know it's a little bit different where you are. Love me a Howling Mine. Yeah, if anyone's playing a Howling Mine, they're probably up to no good. So I got my eyes on you, Blazer. But you're up to no good in the best way possible, so I'll give it a pass. Alrighty. So I'm just going to mix a little bit of gray. I haven't really decided what I'm going to do here yet. I'm definitely going to put some spiky mountains somewhere, but I feel like I'll probably continue this like down to here and then some spikes, and then that like reddish. I'll figure it out. I don't have a plan yet. I just know that this card will look awesome once it's altered. I mean, it looks awesome as it is. Ralph Horsley did an amazing job on Howling Mine. Do you paint by commission or paint and then sell? Right now I do commissions mostly. For anything in my binders, I've had people contact me via email asking to purchase. I sold a Sun Titan out of my binder, and I also bring my binder to local trade events, right, and Magic Nights. So I mostly do commissions, but also I have sold some items out of my binder here and there as well. I eventually want to upload a website, but I want to like list on a website, but I don't know, probably Etsy would probably be best, but I don't know. I don't really want to give like Etsy any money, even if it would end up like helping me in the long run. I don't know. I'm stubborn that way. So I feel like maybe I'll eventually do my own website, but I also want to have like tokens and stuff that I made. So it's kind of tricky. I'm slowly doing everything. You're all about that web design, Aaron? Would be the best. Would be the best. I probably wouldn't, have the funds to do it from scratch. I'd probably have to use a website creation service, unfortunately. But I don't know. I think maybe Shopify is a thing, but then actually Shopify is interesting because you can start a relatively cheap account, but then you give them like a percentage of your sales through it. But then I think you can get a more expensive account and then you don't have to share sales, so you could kind of grow as you need it. But I don't know. I had a homie who was let go from Shopify, so I'm kind of hating on them too. I try to be positive most of the time, but underneath I am kind of a hater. Whole right side is sheer cliff, and the left is more of those rocky spikes. Yeah, so I could probably do like another one of these like edge rimmed things in here, and then fade to black. And then, because we're seeing this even here, and then the foreground. Maybe like here, and then some red cliff, and then that yellow sky. Making websites, going for a provider is a good idea. Handle security. In fairness though, you don't need a website, just an e-commerce front. Yeah. I feel like I'm quite busy as is. Just like painting and responding to emails and uploading and editing. It's just like doing a website on top. I'm like, yeah. Even though like I'm sure it's easy, it'd take like 15 minutes, but like I have a Facebook, I have an Instagram, I have a TikTok, and I don't even upload to half those things, to be honest with you. Especially, well, not especially, but I upload about evenly to TikTok and Instagram, but my Instagram does like nothing. My TikTok has like 200 followers or something, but I'm just not consistent with it, so it's no surprise that I don't see results there. You might be really surprised to see like just how watery I paint. I just like to really slowly build up these layers. I always try to keep it like, some people they want CDH cards, so I do a lot of practice of making my paint super thin, so if you're bringing an altered card to an event, you should probably bring up a backup unaltered card just in case, a judge thinks it might be marked or anything like that. But I really try to make my work stand up and be almost like unnoticeable from a thickness standpoint. The one thing is, like, this strong black line is always like a pain in the butt. You have to put like so much paint there because you got really black and then it's like light and then really black again. So I often have to just really do my fine point on this black line for a while to slowly erase it. Have you heard of Whatnot? I have heard of Whatnot. I wouldn't know. It's just like everything has this learning curve. And like I'm not opposed to learning. It's just like I learn one thing at a time, basically. Like I, especially with the YouTube, is there's so much analytics that I've just been analyzing like what does well, what doesn't do as well. How does the algorithm seem to treat videos that are 20 seconds long as opposed to ones that are 18 seconds long, right? So it's like in my brain I want to like really feel like I have a strong grasp of any one given thing before I move on to the next. Yeah, I think I've decided that I'm gonna make, you know, a lot of this right side pretty dark here. So I'm just gonna come in with this strong bit of gray. I might do this one where I paint in the values and then I like more or less tint it from there. I did that one with Atris where there's so much grays in it, grays and shades of white and black, that I just painted the values in and went from there. Yeah, proxies, they're probably not gonna fly in most tournaments. Especially, you know, any that have remote. Well, if it's at like a game shop that's like I don't know what it is, WP1 or WPN1 or something. Like one of like the more Wizard sponsored game shops, then they can't accept like any proxy play in their buildings, I believe. Alright, I've made a little bit of a mess, but you know, it's easier to just paint in perfectly and clean up rather than try to be completely perfect. Typically when I'm doing a time lapse, I pause my camera in between every like time I'm getting more paint or mixing paint just to make my editing life a bit easier. But while I'm live streaming, I'm not going to do that. So this will be a slightly longer edit when I do make a time lapse of it, but that's okay. There's a trade-off to everything. If I was on Whatnot, well, in OBS, I saw there is an option to stream on Whatnot, so I could probably just do this at the same time, just multi-stream or whatever. Now the thing is, like, what do you have to do in Whatnot? Maybe I should just like watch Whatnot, and then I'll know what goes on there. But can you hear my dog? She's like burying to make her bed comfortable beneath me. Anyways, yeah, I guess I could just watch some and see what the kind of vibe is and then go from there. Like, I hope I wouldn't have to like pack an order in the middle of the stream or whatever. Like, you can just like run the stream and then at the end pack things up and send them out. I hope. Because I wouldn't want to be pausing to do that kind of stuff if I'm trying to focus on painting. Alright, this is a lot of layers of me just painting in white and gray, but this is the stuff you don't see in a time lapse. And it is boring, and there's probably a reason not everyone does alters, because it's a lot of time. Altering other TCGs. I would alter, like, if someone commissioned me to do anything, I would do it, probably. My only thing is, like, I live in constant fear of the algorithm. Like, the algorithm knows that I upload, like, magic, you know, adjacent content at this point. So I'm afraid if, like, I altered a Pokemon card, that, the algorithm would get confused, stop recommending my stuff to Magic players, and who knows what would happen from there. So I'm definitely not opposed to it, I just live in fear of the algorithm. Not like I should make it that big of a deal, I'd have that much power over me, but I guess I have at this point. Might change in the future though. Like, I've got lots of Pokemon cards and One Piece cards. I haven't played One Piece in a while, but back for a while I was playing Perona back in the day. And then in OP09, OP010, I was playing Red Purple Sugar. I don't know if that means anything to anyone listening, but maybe make a second channel. I've thought about that. It's like, I have so many of these thoughts in my head, and the crazy thing is, like, right now, I'm unemployed, so I have all the time in the world, and yet I still find it difficult to get everything that I want to get done. Like, every day I take my dog out for like a good hour walk, and I paint and I edit. I make all the meals for me and my girlfriend. And then, you know, every couple hours I take my dog out to use the washroom and take a little miniature walk around the block. Big One Piece guide. Oof. That was a good oof, I think. I don't know. I haven't played One Piece since like oh my gosh. One moment. I haven't played One Piece since like OP11, I think. I could handle Green Purple Luffy, that went fine. With my Red Purple Sugar deck, it was okay. But once 11 came out, the power creep was a little rough, and I wasn't really interested in any of the meta decks at that point. I hear recently it's having a lot of scalping problems, One Piece as well. Have you ever played on the Sim? OP Sim? You can basically play on a web client, and it runs pretty smooth. And it's never crashed for me or anything like that. Works pretty good. Which, I don't think I have a bias about TCGs I wouldn't touch with a 10-foot pole. I mean, if there's something like super problematic, maybe. The thing is, I just don't know a lot about a bunch of TCGs. I've played One Piece, Magic, and Pokemon, and I think each one has its own benefits. Honestly, I like the mechanics and the gameplay of One Piece the best. But the problem with One Piece is there's really just the one single format. It's like playing a game that only has standard. So as soon as the meta is bad, it's like the whole game is screwed, really. And that's kind of like how I felt with One Piece. The meta just hit a point where I wasn't really digging any of the decks that were popping off, and I just kind of fell off. But Pokemon, I don't think Magic players like to hear it, but I think Pokemon is likely more skill-based than Magic in its like competitive like standard format. And I can't really explain it unless you've like played Pokemon. But basically you have the prize cards, they start upside down. So the first time you search your deck, you're like figuring out what is prized. It's called prize checking. So what isn't in your deck, and then you're reformulating your game plan around that every time. And then the sequencing in Pokemon is just insane. You're going into your deck like, I don't know. You're going into your deck like tutoring for stuff like 6 times in one turn. It's absolutely crazy. But I mean, any game can have skillful metas and less skillful metas as well. I think Magic right now is in like kind of like a really snowbally place where, you know, you just put one thing on the board and if it's not answered, then you're probably going to win. And when I mean answered, I mean like that turn. They have like one turn to respond. But I'm not really a standard guy because it's just super pricey, frankly. In the past, maybe. I haven't really been a standard guy, I'd say probably since like Magic 2020. You don't like the prize card system for Pokemon. It's not very... Damn. You get some Pokemon haters. I'll say the One Piece prize system is really cool because in Pokemon, how it works is you do damage to your opponent and you take a prize. So it's like you're snowballing further, right? So if you start off on the front foot, you get that first damage in. Now you're snowballing even further. Whereas One Piece, you take the prize when you get hit. So it's almost like a little bit of a catch-up mechanic. Now I know that sounds bad if you're like a fan of Mario Kart or whatever, like the blue shell, like you didn't really earn the victory or whatever, but it's like really good because it makes the games closer and more back and forth, and it's an extra level of thinking, you know, I've got them down to like one card in hand. Do I really want to give them that prize card right now? So I think prize cards is actually like a sick mechanic, but I think One Piece does it better than Pokemon. Mono black shield driven. I'm about that life. Wait, whoa. Hey, where'd all this water come from? I look at chat for 1 second and there's a pool, swimming pool on my card here. Alright, we're going to be getting out of this kind of like boring white and gray phase soon. I know it's slow, but this is the behind the scenes magic, you know? You gotta be willing to wade through the forest of slowness to get to the epic colors. And I still haven't completely decided on what I'm going to block in for this bottom. Sometimes I like to just do cards like top to bottom. I don't know why. If I'm struggling, I just think of myself as a human printer and I'm just printing the card. I think there's been like some discussion about Commander in Magic, how it's kind of losing its initial singleton identity because of so many reprints of similar effects. And I actually think we could do a like prize system in Commander. In one podcast, I heard Josh Lee Kwai, he was talking like 200 card Commander decks, and I think that is absolutely an insane take. From someone who probably has, you know, a billion Magic cards. I think if you do 110 card deck, and then you like exile 10 cards at the beginning of the game, that would be cool. Because then you would have almost like a sideboard or a wish board. So you could play like wish cards to go get the 10 that you exiled out of your initial deck. Or lesson cards, stuff like that. Be kind of fun. Riftbound sales model. I don't know anything about the Riftbound sales model. Star Wars, my buddy Josh played that. The mana system. I think it's kind of like difficult to tell with some content creators like what they actually believe, because we live in a world, and I don't mean to point this at Magic creators. I just mean in general. We live in a world where having like a hot takes gets like clicks and engagement and starts conversation and rage bait, right? I try not to engage too much in rage bait. Before I started doing alters, I watch a lot of YouTube, like a ton of YouTube, but basically a ghost anywhere else online, frankly. You'll see a lot of the time after I'm rinsing my brush off, because I'm going from this white to the darker gray, that I'm just like squeezing out any leftover paint with my fingers. That way I'm not getting dark gray where I want my white, and vice versa. Yo, that's so good. Yo, Cash MTG, you are... Dang it. What's your... Are you Scoot Dad in the Discord, Cash? I think. I can never keep track when people have like multiple identities. No, milkshake. Okay, yeah. Yeah, you're the homie. You're the homie, man. Cool dude. I always see the like what is it? The why am I blanking? The Bob Belcher avatar, I'm like, hell yeah. My YouTube name? Yeah, I don't know. When I started doing this, I just made everything the same. I changed my Discord name. I just like can't be bothered having multiple secret identities. Not that I'm saying that's what's going on, but I'm like a one type shop kind of guy. I've had like in the past where I was like considering making a YouTube channel or this or that. I just spend like days using, I think it's like usernamechecker.com and like trying different usernames to make sure I can get the same one everywhere. But I've had like multiple projects in the past delayed a long time because I was just fiddling with usernamechecker.com. Yeah, Mulk, you're probably gonna see that I paint like super slow. Always blows my mind when people can get like a job done relatively quickly. But Aaron, that's super rad. I wish that is more like that with a lot of TCGs. You get like the box that just has like everything you need to play, and you don't have to like buy into like the booster pack culture. It's just like these are the base versions of all the cards. Like, go play. But I did hear, like, I was listening to Distraction Makers, and they have like super base takes. If you ever want to like hear some base takes, listen to the Distraction Makers. And they were talking about how when TCGs often try to do that distribution system, it ends up feeling more like a board game. And yeah, what you're saying, user engagement, it ends up more like a board game. And then it kind of cuts out the like LGS, the local game store. And then people don't have like somewhere to congregate to play. The game store has less motivation to support the game and host events because nobody's spending, money on product for the game. And I thought that's very interesting because I've always been of the mind that that would be a better distribution system, but just like everything, I guess it comes with some drawbacks, right? And if you don't build community, and sure, everybody owns the game, but they have nobody to play with, right? They have all the game pieces, but nowhere to go. Yo, Canard93, I just plan on altering every day. It's been a great hobby. It's, Not to get like too real or anything, but it's like helped pull me out of like a really deep depressive streak that I was in, and I don't think I'm going anywhere. I really have a good time doing this. And it's like my whole life I was like always looking for the right creative outlet, and I have a bit of like that aphantasia where I find it really difficult to like create in my own mind. So having these cards to work off of really like it's like having a constant muse, so I don't have to like search my brain for ideas. The ideas are just there. And I can just sit down and like turn brain off and start painting. So it's been an awesome hobby for me. It really has. Yeah, 10,000 hours. Like, that was kind of like my whole mindset going into this is like, listen, I think I want to really commit myself to developing this skill. And all my like earlier binder tours is like altering cards for 100 hours, 200 hours, right? And like, of course, it's not like I have a timer, like a stopwatch up here and I know the exact hour count. I just kind of made it up, to be honest. But, I probably do it for an average of 4 to 5 hours a day. So that's more or less. I'm like probably getting in about 150 hours a month. So it will take a while at that rate, but that's the plan. I'm having a good time, so the plan's not changing. Alright, I'm just going to need to do like a few more over this borderline. And then we can finally start slapping down some color. It's just because of these yellows. The yellow pigment I have, it's not super opaque, so if I don't get rid of these lines, they're staying forever. Whoa, just like that. Cash MTG is now Molk. Work and life, burnout, yeah. Like, I don't want to get too real, but I've been, well, I was on WCB. It just recently ran out because I got stabbed at work by a homeless guy with a knife. So that's why I started painting. I was on WCB, and I had a lot of time. I've been ever since I was 14. I worked like 32 hours a week when I was in high school. I moved out on my own from my parents when I was 16, and I've just been working so much ever since. This is the first time in my life where I've gotten to take a break and kind of like do something for myself with all my time. So yeah, that's kind of my story, how I got into altering. And yeah, I definitely know that work will drain you and you need to make time for yourself in one form or another. I mean, I paint really slow, so my 4 to 5 hours is not nearly as productive as a lot of people's. And some of that might be like editing and side work and uploading and all that. But yeah, I mean, like I said, my WCB has ran out, so I definitely need to get a new job ASAP. And I've been applying for work this whole time. I've wanted to get back into it, but yeah, it's just brutal. It's a brutal economy right now. I think the unemployment rate where I'm living is over like 11% at the moment. And it's kind of funny because I technically have 3 jobs right now, except 2 of them are casual positions that haven't called me since last year. Because one is like with the government counting surveys, so it only really exists when there's a survey to count. And then the other one is with the local provincial union, and it only exists when there's a big strike and they need schedulers. So I gotta like wait for that work. Now my third job is the one that I got stabbed at, and I don't really plan on going back there. So yeah, my point is the unemployment number is that high, and then there's people like me who technically have 3 jobs, and yet the number is still that high. There's probably a ton of people who are technically employed, but the stats just don't reflect it well. Lovely, lovely. Look at that. Alright, I'm painting a bit thicker. I'm getting a little impatient. Just a little. Just a little. But I'm a huge like podcast, like YouTube guy. And I like painting because I'm not only just painting, but I'm typically like watching YouTube or listening to a podcast at the same time. I like to listen to more audiobooks, but I can't focus so well when I'm painting. I don't know why. I think just part of my brain is too activated. Was the stabbing story? Basically, I was just saying I was on WCB because I got stabbed at work by a homeless guy, and that's how I ended up doing so much painting, is because I just had that time where it wasn't working, and I was like recovering. I was going to therapy for trauma and stuff like that. But if you really want the story, it's pretty stupid. I worked in retail as a retail manager, and I just confronted a guy who was shoplifting, and I guess he decided the best way around me was through me, right? So I know it sounds really crazy, but I live downtown, and I dealt with many situations like that. And, perhaps I just got a little bit overconfident that something like that would never happen to me. And then it all just kind of happened really fast. But yeah, it's not really a super interesting story. Third book in the Book of the New Sun. Okay, so yeah, I was... For some reason, I like combine you and Scoot Dad in my mind, Malk. So I was like, was it Malk who was on the Book of the New Sun, or was it Scoot Dad? No, I live in Canada. You wouldn't expect us to have crazy people that here from, but there's crazy people everywhere. I live in Edmonton. It's the capital city of the province of Alberta in Canada, and all I can really say is all of fentanyl and all that stuff. There's a lot of crazy drugs out there and a lot of crazy people. So, keep yourself safe, and, it's better to just avoid people. You can't control how they're going to respond. So, not all people, mind you, but, when someone's showing the signs, then just give them the space and don't try to overstep in a way that's going to affect your own personal safety. But anyways, Mulk, the Book of the New Sun series, I did find it on YouTube. I found a guy who's uploading them on YouTube. And I started listening to the first one, but I was listening to it while I was painting, and I just couldn't focus that well. But I've been a Gene Wolfe fan for a long time, and I really need to read those books, so I might start reading them at the gym or listening to them on audiobook. Give me 1 second. Sorry about that. Yeah, I might start listening to them at the gym because I find I can turn my brain off like entirely at the gym and listen to audiobooks there. And then when I'm walking my dog as well would be a good time. So I need to use like a YouTube downloader and then download them because my local library doesn't have the New Sun series at all. Yeah. I used to work overnight at one of my older jobs and I loved it so much. I listened to so many audiobooks and so many podcasts. Back in the day I actually had my own podcast where I talked about other podcasts because I listened to just that much podcast. And it was like the perfect job to just like turn your brain off and be completely focused on the listening. But Mulk, have you read any of Gene Wolfe's other works? Like I've read the novella, I guess it would be, like the Three Heads of Cerberus or any of the short stories. I think I said in the Discord I've read There Are Doors, and I've read what else have I read? I can't remember. But yeah, I love. I say love like a lot. You probably hear it in my time lapses and things. I guess I'm just being very positive lately. But I really like Gene Wolfe. He's one of my favorite authors, and like not reading his signature series as a fantasy fan is like a little bit strange. Yeah. Um, yeah, I don't know. I would like give you suggestions, but just read whatever. It's all good. I used to listen to this podcast in which they would go through Gene Wolfe's like short story collections and other works, and they would talk about them. I can't remember the podcast name, and my phone right now is recording a time lapse. But I could send that to the Discord if I found it. Um, but yeah, I would read Fifth Head of Cerberus because it's a sci-fi and it's like a novella, so it's actually really decently short. Like you can read it, even if you're a slow reader like me, you'll finish it in a few days. So that'd be my number one. But yeah. I'm the opposite. I was like always a fantasy kid and now I'm like slowly moving into the sci-fi world. But like I said, I read very slowly, so and I have this weird thing where I can't remember authors' names, and it's mostly because I read on like ebook most of the time. So it's not like a physical book where you're always looking at the cover and you're like, "Yep, that's the author's name." But since I find I'm always reading on ebook, I never see the actual cover, and it just like doesn't go in my brain. But I read Dune finally last year, uh, and that was a good time. Just the first book. I haven't gone further than that. There we go. Oh yeah, Castle View was like the other bigger Gene Wolfe book that I read. I really like Castle View. Um, it's kind of like a fever dream in a way. There's like Arthurian legend, and it's like about this. Nah, I won't get into it. I'm not very good at relaying plot events in books. My girlfriend always teases me about it. I just start kind of like rambling and not hitting on anything specific. Okay. I'm gonna do some thinking now. I turned my brain off and I did a million white layers. Well, I rambled. Now I'm gonna think about what I'm actually gonna do here. So I think, dang it. Oh man, I got my palette too wet. Yeah, this, oh, you can't see it, but basically right here is like a Mist of Avalon book. And I haven't finished the whole saga, but it's basically like a retelling of the Arthurian legend. And then my other part of my fancy tripod stand for my phone is a box set of Joe Abercrombie First Law trilogy. And I really like Joe Abercrombie too. He's a fantasy writer. He writes like what is it? It's not grimdark, because like grimdark is usually associated with like a lot of brutality and just like shock value, I feel. But he writes like characters where like everyone is flawed, and there might be like a protagonist of the book, but even your protagonist is flawed. If you're a sci-fi fan, did you read the who was it? What was it? The Red Sun series. What was it? Red Sun? Red Rising? Red Rising, I think. Red Rising. I listened to all those on audiobooks, and it was like, I don't think I've ever like read as fast. The whole thing, it very much feels like watching a movie. It's just action from like scene to scene. I really think the author has like a script-based mindset. But it was pretty cool. Putting in an edge here is what I'm doing. And then there's going to be more than one edge. This will be like our dark edge. And then do a lighter edge here, I think. Alrighty. Alright, we're starting to get to the more interesting part of the whole shebang. I do need some more white here. And I think I might just, since I've pretty much used up all that white, I think I might just dab my palette a little bit, because it's getting a little watery from all that water I was grabbing. So I'll just dry that down a little bit. There we go. I think I used the paint pretty efficiently. I've been altering like 5 months. I think I've painted probably like 90 cards, I think, at this point. And this is my white. This is the same white from when I started. I've done like 90 cards. This is like why I love painting on these little canvases, because art supplies can be expensive. But I've been, I don't want to say milking, but I don't like the connotations of that. But I've definitely been making very efficient use of my paints. There we go. Alright, we're getting very close to moving on to the next step here, where we will get some colors. Love a good coloring session. I like Howling Mine because, like I said before, if you're playing Howling Mine, you're probably up to no good, but you're like up to the best kind of no good. you're probably gonna like take me out of the game, but I'll be smiling while it happens. And it's just like, this art for Howling Mine is so classic, so Magic the Gathering to me. It's hard to, you know, divorce the two in my mind. They're so entwined. I think if people weren't doing so much scary stuff, we'd probably see a lot of Howling Mines. But nobody wants to give anyone card draw because the consequences are too dire. And as someone who plays a lot of like Pauper Commander, it's not really effect that's available in Pauper. Although there is one card that whenever it attacks, each player draws a card. And it's an artifact creature, so you can play it in like pretty much any deck. So a lot of like the more casual Pauper groups, that card gets like jammed. And there's like a whole cycle. There's, I think, Marching Duo Drone, and that's whenever it attacks, everyone creates a treasure. I don't know the name of the one where whenever it attacks, everyone draws a card. But there's like a cycle. Well, it's not a true cycle, but there's a group. Mono red, draw everyone more cards. Font of Mythos, Horn of Greed, Temple Bell, and Wolf Bogadin. Yo. Isn't Anvil of Bogadin like a $200 card or something? I can't remember. Am I thinking of something different? Am I thinking of like Chains of Mephistopheles? Or is it like, I can't remember. Mono red is the funniest color to be giving everyone cards. It's like, secretly I just need these cards, but I'm gonna like capitalize on that group hug equity at the same time, but I just desperately need the card draw. Yeah, $40. That's not so bad. I mean, I don't own very many $40 cards, but it's not so bad. It's not triple digits or quadruple digits. One deck I want to like make, and I have no idea how powerful, what bracket it would even fall in, but I want to make Oops all Megas. So that's all like Megas of the Candelabra, Megas of the Abyss, Megas of the Moat, all Megases. And then, I don't even know, I think last time I checked there's like 30 of them. And I was thinking I could like put the card that they're based on in the deck as well. But then we're up to a lot of cards in the deck. And then they're all wizards, so it could like secretly be wizard tribal as well. I was thinking maybe like Kenrith as my commander, because 5 colors, so you can get all Magases. And they're all wizards, so you could claim it's wizard tribal, but then they're also all humans, I believe. So then Kenrith is a human, and then you could put down like a tribal typal card and be like, humans. After talking a big game about playing all wizards, all Megas. Then you give them the swerve and claim humans. That way your Kenrith can get a little boosty boost. But yeah, it's like, oh. I feel like once you reveal that your like commander's Kenrith, you might get a little bit of hate. I don't know. I don't know if he's still like a boogeyman these days. But yeah, Pauper Commander has definitely been like where I'm at, especially while I'm on the job hunt. And then once I get a gig, then we'll, you know, start thinking about some big boy commander decks again. But yeah, Oops All Magus is like something Like, I haven't even put it out in the world because I really don't want to one day wake up and see content and someone else has done Oops All Megas before me. So this one is just between us, alright? That is just between us. You hear me? Doesn't leave this YouTube stream. But yeah, I think but then if I did like put in the cards that the megas are based off of, like that's when you come into like big money territory because what is it? Megas of the Candelabra, that's what is it? Candelabra of Tawnos, or what is it? The Candelabra. It cost a ton of money. And then the Magus of the Abyss is based on Abyss, and that cost like hundreds of dollars too, so might not be able to put the namesakes cards in there and just have the Magus. But yeah, I should like put it together in EDH Rec though, because it don't cost anything to deck build an EDH Rec. EDH Rec? What the hell? Why I say that? A Moxfield. You don't deck build an EDH Rec. Alright, here we go. Slowly, 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 our borders are disappearing. I'm gonna go in with my yellows here. And then I'm going to do the blues later because the blue pigment is really strong. So if I do need to kind of like cover one with the other, it'll be a lot easier to color yellows with blue than vice versa. Ding, 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 ding. Oh, Jesus. You ever just get a shit ton of paint on your hands? Couldn't be me. I don't even know how that happened. It's probably just as much paint as I'm going to put on the card, just got on my fingers. Alright, so should I just go yellow and then build up the like orange overtones after that? Nah, there's a little bit of, that's not pure yellow. You can add a little bit of yellow as a treat. Or a little bit of red as a treat. Alright, finally something interesting. We got some color mixing. So, a little bit of white, a little bit of yellow, and then just a tiny bit of red here. And then you can, sometimes, I don't do it usually when I'm time-lapsing, but I can just dab onto the card and see right there. Because I can always just scrape that off later, right? But if I do it when I'm time-lapsing, it looks like I've lost my mind. Damn, look at that. Wow. My angle is completely crazy here. That's fine. It's kind of, you know, like angling kind of skyward. Doesn't have to be a straight line. This isn't a wall. I just finished doing that Marina Vendrell where everything was a straight line. And it's all like non-naturally occurring things, like walls and trim and fireplaces. So my lines had to be straight there. Here I can be a little bit more fun, a little bit more whimsical with it. There we go. Woo! I feel like I've kind of like abandoned my intention of like making this this live recording that I can use to kind of like guide people who want to learn the process. Oh well, there's some nuggets in there. I can like download the VOD and edit. My favorite thing, editing. I can see why editors are so in demand. I feel like anyone who like makes it big, the first thing they do, they're like, I'm getting an editor. To heck with this noise. Ding ding. I think editing would probably be like a pretty solid like path for job wise, because I don't think anyone's going to use AI to edit anytime soon. I feel like I'm really interested in the story with Sora AI being shut down, because my thought was like, oh, maybe this means without so much AI slop on the internet, people will find my stuff easier. The space will be less crowded. And then that was like announced last week. I don't know if they're actually shut down or where they are with that, but like my views like kind of popped off really hard this week, so maybe I'm already benefiting from Sora being shut down. Because yeah, I could not have predicted in like any way, shape, or form that I would have a video that reached 100k views. That was absolute crazy. And it was a mana leak of all things. I guess the white border power. The white borders live in people's minds so rent-free that they got stun locked by the mana leak. They got stun locked and they couldn't turn it off. Okay. Gotta get the water on my brush. There's way too much water in there. Mulk, if you're still around, are you painting right now? You have your crazy goggles on? My girlfriend has like 2 different variation of like crazy goggle eyewear. She's got like the like mirror glasses, so she can wear these glasses and look straight forward, but they like mirror down, so when she's not cross stitching, crocheting, when she's crocheting, she can see what's on her lap even though her head is like straight. She's very concerned about her neck posture, I suppose. But then the other crazy glasses she has are what are they? They're like equilibrium glasses or something. So it's for people who get nauseous in vehicles. It's got like liquid around the rim of the glasses that like balances out as you're moving and somehow makes you less nauseous. Dang. We're gaming? We're gaming? Well, that's also how I paint so much. I haven't been gaming. My girlfriend's like, you should be like gaming and doing all that while you have the time. I'm like, no game, only paint. Only paint and then watch StarCraft VODs in my underwear. But you can hear that from me. And apply to like 20 jobs a day. That's the other thing I do a lot of. I'm going to make this kind of same concoction, a very light, yellowy, slightly red orange here. I'm just going to do a couple layers of that, and then I'll get into the more specific colors. Because I'm still kind of covering over the boxes and such right now. And usually I'm a bit more precise with it, but I have this theory, and I haven't really tested it out, that if I actually paint worse, but then fix it up, it will like stun lock people when they're watching the time lapse. They'll be like, wow, this is going to turn out bad, and then it turns out good, and they're like, wow. Crazy. Yeah, I've got the opposite friend. I've got the opposite problem, not the opposite friend. I've got like I don't really game with anybody. I've always been like a solitary gamer. So I've got no distractions, but also when I do want a distraction, I'm like, who up? Then again, my computer is like, well, it's not super dead, but it needs a new, it's definitely, it has to be the all-in-one cooling bit, because the blue screens I get, and if my stream suddenly dies, it's because my computer crashed. But the blue screens I get are always referencing temperature issues. So I built this computer in 2016. So in computer terms, it's like a dinosaur. But it's surviving at the moment. But when I kick on a game, like the fans go crazy mode. But yeah, that's a good reason. Not a good reason, but that's a good contributing factor why I haven't been playing many games lately. The latest game I played, this is going to sound absolutely crazy, but I I got an emulator on my phone of a Game Boy Advance emulator, and I went and I S-ranked almost the entirety of Advanced Wars 2 for the Game Boy Advance. Thermal paste general cleaning, yes. I did reseat the CPU with some paste, right? And my computer was crashing like every day, very consistently. I gave it a good cleaning, and that's helped out a lot. But also, it's been winter, so just the temperature in my condo has been a lot cooler, and I even notice it on like the warmer days that my computer is more likely to crash. So I have to buy a new cooling unit shortly because it's heating up. But just from my like research, all-in-one, cooling units, they basically have like a shelf life, and at some point they're gonna get seized up and basically die on you. So I'm pretty sure that's the issue. Now the problem is I have like a mini ITX case, and it's like they released like a newer version of the case that has a mesh side panel so that there can be better airflow. However, my older version doesn't have those. So going the fan route for cooling, although it'd be simpler and easier, it's not really a great idea. Sorry. Because there's simply just nowhere for the air to go, unfortunately. But yeah, I just need to buy a new AIO and put that in. But yeah, general cleaning did help a lot. And then just it being winter has let me procrastinate this problem because it's just not been as poignant in the winter. But soon things will change. I have no idea how I'm going to even paint in the summer, to be honest, because my unit gets so hot that I spend most of the time just like sitting in my underwear, laying on the floor because the floor is cool, going outside, going to places with AC. I can run portable AC though, but it adds up quite a bit. Damn, we playing this? It's everyone's fishing levels in the chat. I've got 99 fishing on my main. No big deal. Anyone have any famous gaming achievements? I was ranked 1 at the Bryophyta boss in old school RuneScape for like a solid year. All I did was wake up, listen to audiobook, and fight the same boss over and over again. And it wasn't even one that dropped like extraordinary loot. I just had a mental illness. I just had a mental illness. Alright. I'm going to just clean this up a little bit, over painting a little bit into here. And of course it helps to smooth things out if you overpaint into the card a little bit. But you do it too much and it starts to look a little funny. Okay. Man, this Howling Mine, it always reminds me of the Cave of Wonders from Aladdin as well. Got any Aladdin fans in the audience? Any thoughts on the Will Smith genie? Wall run parkour mode in Black Ops 3? Huh? Huh? I used to play so much Modern Warfare 2. And then when Black Ops 2 came out, I think, I don't know what it was, but like they changed the latency or something, and the whole game just felt a little off for me. And ever since then, I felt completely off of Call of Duty. Although when I visit my brother, I don't mind playing a little bit of zombies with him. That's always a good time. I think I need to add some black to this blue. It's just a little bit, it's a little bit, what is the word for it? Saturated right now. You need to just lower that. Yeah. I mean, I watered it to heck and back, but I could throw this down as a little base here. Throw it down, we get the idea. Then I'll mix some less watery. I guess I can just put this as the background for up here too. Yeah, that was kind of a waste. Like I said, a lot of people say that I'm like good at painting, and I just be honest, I'm like, no, I'm not good at painting. I just am really stubborn. Yeah, it is good having you around, Malk. If you ever like stream or anything like that, let me know and I'll hop into your stream. That'd be fun. I don't like watch a lot of streamers, but if more altruists were streaming, I would. Cheers, have a good one. Alright, need to add a little bit of black once again. Black is, you know, the strongest of colors. You gotta watch out, it'll take over the whole thing if you're not careful. Just like the Astrophage in cinematic masterpiece Project Hail Mary in theaters at a location near you. Okay, I just need a tiny bit of water on my brush, not a lot. Okay, there we go. We are activated. Okay, let's get like a decent shape on this big skull here. I think I'll pull it all the way off to the edge of the card. Wonderful. And we'll just use that blue to give an undertone over here. And we'll build up on that as we go. It's going to get pretty dark pretty fast, the skull. And then I'm probably going to later go in and give it a bunch of little craggies there. But I'm just kind of blocking things out right now and working in layers like I tend to do. Now I'm just gonna go back to my yellows and oranges a little bit. Because those have had some time to dry now. This might be a bit... No, I'll add a little bit more yellow. I want to start off like really yellow and kind of like build to that orange. Because if I go too orange too fast, it'll be hard to get back to the yellow. There we go. This could take a while. Like I said before, I'm not a super fast painter, but it really, I find it super relaxing. Just super vibey and just a good time. It's kind of a little bit strange doing it while streaming because usually I'd be, you know, listening to, you know, a different YouTube video or something, but I just kind of have my ORS beats that I believe should be stream safe. Imagine I get like partnered and then my first stream I listen to some copyrighted music and blow the whole thing up. Crazy work. But yeah, it's kind of strange, just like just me, just some vibes. But it is pretty chill, I must say. And then a lot of times when I listen to a podcast or watch a YouTube video while I'm painting, I end up like not really absorbing it that well anyways. So not the end of the world to be doing something else at the same time. Okay, I'm gonna go back and get some more of this blue on this Howling Mine. I'm actually usually so quiet when I'm just at home painting, listening to stuff in my headphones, that when I start streaming like this and I'm talking out loud, my dog like completely gets so confused. She has no idea what's going on. She's like, "Why are you talking? Shut up." Nobody wants to hear that. Be quiet. Well, joke's on her. Okay, I need to really paint into this border here. I think I like zoned out and forgot what I was doing. It's like, whoa, I'm altering a card? That's crazy. I have to paint over the borders? That's wild. Look at that. Alright, adding a little bit of yellow, a little bit of orange, l'orange. That's way too orange. Well, I'll find somewhere to use it. Here. We can use it here, I believe. Yeah, that'll work. Wow, this is applying really strangely to the canvas. Weird. I think I just have it too watered down. That's what's going on. I'm always doing that. Especially when I start painting on stream, because I kind of go into autopilot mode and I forget to dry my brush off after I dab it up. Who's up dabbing their brushes? Sound off. There we go. That's better. That's much better. I'm gonna paint around this nice bird just ever so gently. Don't want to cover our bird in paint. Have to get the Dawn dish detergent out. Fix him up. Like he was a little duckling. I saw, this is like strange discourse, but I saw a commercial on TV the other day, and it was for laundry detergent. I think it's like Gain laundry detergent. And in the video, in the commercial, the actors, they were like, we need to save money on detergent, so we switched from Gain, but now our clothes are shitty or whatever, right? And then it's like, use Gain and your clothes will be fresh time after time. Cue Tina Turner. But all I could think of is like, they're just admitting like that they're expensive, right? Like this couple is trying to save money, and like the brand is like, don't save money, buy our product. Saving money will cost you clothes. It's like, bro, or you could just have like a better price point, right? Or is that not how capitalism works? I thought it was like designed so that we compete with each other to provide the best goods and services at the best prices, but I could be wrong. Anyway, that is my my super scalding hot laundry detergent take. Is that you shouldn't be gaslighting your customers, saying like, hey, don't be cheap. Don't be cheap. Buy our detergent. This is going to take a few layers to get to where we're going, but just trust the process. It'll happen. If it doesn't happen, I'll offer a refund to everyone watching. I will come, however much time you spent in the stream, I will come do whatever for you. I'll wash your dishes. Guaranteed money back refund. Look at this. Oh, this is going to be so cool once it's done. I always hit this phase where I'm altering like, damn, I can't wait till that's done. And then I realize I have to be the one who finishes it. I'm like, oh yeah. Oh yeah, I gotta keep painting to make that happen. It's not just gonna happen itself. Oh, lovely, lovely. We're getting there. We're making progress. Alright, gonna put a little bit of black down here. I don't think I'll stream like super often. Maybe once a week. Maybe. I have all this time this weekend because my girlfriend is off on a ski trip. Which leaves me the king of the house, all solo dolo style. Which is pretty chill. But typically, we try to spend a lot of time together. Especially on weekends when she's off work. So. However, probably the days she works from home a lot of the time too, so I don't want to stream then because she'll have like actual work phone calls that I don't want to be loud for. Not that I'm screaming or anything, but we live in a small space, so it's easy to hear each other. But she typically goes into the office on Mondays and Tuesdays. And then sometimes she'll go visit her parents on Sundays. So probably like one day a week within those days will be the best times I can find to stream. Heck yeah. Things are starting to shape up here. Uh-oh. My dog is curious why I'm talking so much. My dog is Libby, Libby. We named her after the library app, actually. So there's an app called Libby where you can borrow books from the library. And now she's come to lick my arm because I talked about her too much. Hello. Alrighty, here we go. Adding in our yellows. Sheesh. Alright, so I'm going to start a new kind of little paint pocket. Because it looks like the sky gets quite mellow here. So I'm going to have to add a bit more white to it. But it needs to be a bit orangey still. Oops, I'm just kind of combining everything together. Maybe it needs to be a little bit orangey. Okay. I think this might be a little too orangey. I'm just fading it all together right now. Ooh, that was wet. Alright, I'm going to go back and let my yellows and oranges dry a little bit because they're kind of coming up a little bit. So I'm going to add a little bit of bulk to this head here. Like I said, I always forget about these borders sometimes. Go over that. I'll deepen this black a little bit. Wonderful, wonderful. Alright. I think it's decent enough. I was going to actually like leave the board. I'm not going to leave the border in actually. I've thought about it. And I think it's going to look a lot better if I just put the sky in there. So that's what we're doing now. I've got a Prussian blue, titanium white, and that is for, you know, first layer. Doesn't have to be perfect, just has to be approximate. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to use this for my first couple layers. And like I said, I've decided that I'm going to just cover up this part of the nameplate. Don't need it. Don't need it. Why would I need it? I'd rather see some nice bright colors. And then I'm going to float that 2 over top. And that's going to look pretty cool. So I'm just going to, you know, like paint over it, paint around it as much as possible. And then, you know, once my layers start getting a little bit thick, then I'll clean it off here. Or if I need to stall for time while something's drying, I'll go back and I'll clean that up a bit. But yeah, I didn't completely prep over this area. But that's not a big deal because like I've said before, the blue is very, very pigmented. It's one of the most pigmented colors, which just means it's very opaque. You can't see other stuff under it as easy. See, look, it's completely wiping out that yellow with just one small layer, and that yellow is gone. So that's why I did it in this order. I went with those yellows first. And then I moved on to like my blues, because the blue, it just like eradicated all that yellow with a single stroke, really. Meanwhile, that yellow is like, its existence relies on, you know, 5 layers of white underneath of it just to show up. So, it's kind of funny how that works. And like I said, this isn't some sort of like art school knowledge. This is just, I picked up a brush and I learned the hard way. a lot of stuff. I do have a book on, like, it's not even color theory, it's almost just like promotional material for like different paints that shows you what colors they are, but it is also helpful in its own way. But yeah, I know very little about color theory, about anything fancy like that. It's all just a matter of practice for me and trying things out and failing upwards, really. Now that may kind of cloud the mystique of the artiste, but you'll know how I say, it doesn't matter. You know how I say, it doesn't matter. Hell yeah, look at that. We're shaping out that skull dome. Gonna slowly darken this up. Yeah. This card is gonna be so good. It's gonna be good. Leslie, it's gonna be good. And I think a lot of that is, you know, like I said, not a huge super knowledge haver of color theory, but I've seen a color wheel at least once in my life, and I can confirm that blue and yellow are on opposite sides, which means that's good. Which means the eye loves to see it. Which means I have blue eyes, and when I wear a yellow sweater, everyone goes, ooh la la. Not that I own any yellow sweaters. But if I had the Anthony Fantano yellow flannel, sheesh, my eyes would be popping. Alright, I'm going to clean up around this too just a little bit. I just clean it up every now and then, because once there's too many layers on it, then you do this and it kind of just pushes the paint and it makes like a ridge. So every once in a while you just want to go in and clean that up a little bit. Now because of my camera setup, I've got two different cameras recording right now. I'm having a little bit of an issue seeing. So, oh, yeah, see, I went a little too far there, I think. That's okay, we'll fix that up at some point. Like I said, I probably wouldn't do this if I was afraid of making any mistakes at all. But, you know, like I said, it's just a matter of smacking your head against the problem until you find a way to solve it. And because I have made peace with that, I am not overly afraid of making mistakes or doing things poorly. Even if the whole result ended up poorly, it would just be a learning opportunity for the next time. Although when I am doing commissions, I have the opposite mindset. It needs to be perfect. Wetfire says, want to pop by while it's live, say your work is impressive, keep it up. Your work is an inspiration to me. Cool, Wetfire. If you do altars, then let me know where you post your work. I want to see them. But yeah, thanks for stopping by. Tornado warning, Malk? That's no good. That is no good. That's one thing about living in Alberta. I don't have to worry about any natural disasters. Except forest fires, but it's unlikely the city burns down. Does that mean gaming is on hold? Your friend's internet went out? Possibly. This one's for the gamers. Mixes paint. This one's for the gamers. Slowly mixes paint. Mitch again. You know, I think it's just like being Wizard of Oz brained, but I hear tornadoes and I just think of Kansas. I'm like, must be in the Midwest. I think Kansas in the Midwest. I'm Canadian, I don't know. You're in the basement with the cats? Hold them close. Painting simulator? Bro, I think that's just called painting. Wetfire, you post like on YouTube? Give me 1 second. Alright, Wetfire, I just opened your channel up in another tab. I'll take a look when I'm done streaming. And like I said, if you're still in here, Wetfire, I don't think I'm amazing at altars. It's just I'm very stubborn, right? I've just made peace that I paint slow and it takes a long time. So I don't think I'm like super talented. Like there's a ton of altarists who are complete mind-blowing. I just do extensions mostly, and I am just really stubborn, and I keep at it until it starts to look how I want, right? But ultimately, when it comes to me painting, I'm the first one to say that it's not talent. It's just sheer stubbornness and hitting my head against the wall till it finally looks the way I'm hoping. Yeet it into the sun. Oh? Wait, why would you be yeeted into the sun? Yo, we got a collector in the chat. We got a collector in the chat. Altars are so cool. I'd like to get some artist proofs. Right now, my tourism into the US is on pause until y'all stop arresting people at the border. It's too bad. I really need to make it to Vegas for MagicCon one of these times. Your oven is smoking? Alright, I know if your refrigerator is running, you better go catch it, but I don't know what the hell you do when your oven's smoking. Probably just check on that. Ding, 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 ding. Oh my goodness. It's Easter weekend and you're in the basement with the cats being afraid of a tornado. Sorry to hear that, Mulk. That's not a great way to spend Easter. You know, my family wanted me to come spend Easter with them. I said, no, I'm gonna paint. It's not that simple though. They wanted to go celebrate 3 hours away. And I just didn't feel like being on the road for 6 hours over the weekend. And my girlfriend, she went to the mountains skiing, and she's like a professional skier. Now I can keep up decently, but I get kind of scared of heights when I go up to the very tippy top of the mountain and I look around and there's no trees to protect me on the side of the run. And I've proposed that we keep it to the runs with trees on the side of them, but she says they're too boring, so she went with one of her girlfriends who also is a quite prolific skier. Just left me with a lot of time to paint this weekend, which I'm happy about. I do have a commission that I'm excited to start. I'm going to do a Jolly Balloon Man, and I was so afraid when the client contacted me. I'm like, oh no, they're going to want me to paint like the It Clown. I'm going to have to say no to that. But they're like, no, I want to keep it like the original card, like macabre and creepy. I'm like, nice. So I'm actually really excited to do that card. I sent a draft and I'm just waiting for feedback on that. And then once I've got that, that's the next project. This is what I was saying. Sometimes I just like to paint from the top down. And I just like pretend I'm a human printer and I'm just slowly printing the card. MagicCon Vegas is very cool, but not worth getting arrested for. Yeah, of course. Very little is, I think. Gotta fix your ham. Alright. You fix that ham, Wedfire. We don't want to be smoking. We want you to be safe in your home. Trust me, the paint will still be drying. You won't miss anything overly exciting. Listen, the most exciting thing that could happen is I like whip out a Johnny Bravo impression. But I did that yesterday, so I need to find a new gag today. This is too dark. Need to go lighter. Ooh, mama. Oh god, no, I said I wasn't going to do it today. It's just, you know, when the line looks good, it's hard to resist. A little bravo. A little bravado. Hit him with the vibrato. It's starting to look like something. It's starting to look like something. I really like when I do, I like doing cards that aren't commissioned because I like just committing to doing it in one sitting and not pausing to like send update pics and all that jazz. It's just me and my own thought of if it's scratching my brain the right way. But I've heard of some altruists, they like don't even communicate back and forth with the client about like how it's going. Just like it'll be done when it's done. But I mean, those are the artists who are actually phenomenal, who every card they do is like perfect. So it's a little bit different. And I appreciate a lot of clients have really good ideas too. And I think working with them helps me produce a superior end result. But it is just a little bit more, not effort, but it makes the path of completing the card a little less smooth. And sometimes I'm just in the mood to do it smooth. I forgot to ask while Aaron wasn't here if my like audio setup is better today, because I switched from using an audio DAW, DAW. No, wait. I switched from using a recording interface to another product because it seems like I wasn't getting enough gain, so that when I was turning it up in OBS, I could hear some like very slight static. And I wasn't a fan of the sound. Wow. Yo, painting the sky, easy. Give me a sky any day. Painting a person, impossible. Bastion paints a person, challenge level, impossible. But give me a sky, I'll nail that out of the park every day of the week. That Jolly Balloon Man Ultra I have coming up, I was thinking about adding like 3 more balloons in the foreground. I have like the perspective worked out, and I told my client that we can talk about if he wants to like make those like his play group, we could make it like the heads of their commanders. That'd be insane. That'd be such a flex to show up and you've got like your opponent's commanders as the heads on your Jolly Balloon Man. Absolutely wild behavior. There we go. So I'm really excited to get that email and figure out what the plan is. And like I said before, I'm just happy that we're not going to go with like the clown from It, because I've seen like it has to be like a dozen clown from It alters of the Jolly Balloon Man. I think it's a little Play-Doh. I feel like people, it's like the #1 way to go, and then people are like, okay, a different clown. A different clown. I don't want to be like basic, so it's like just any clown. Give me a clown. It's like that clip. Name a clown. Name a single clown. Name a woman. Name a clown. Oh dum dee dee doo. Cover up that frickin' line, dear. Lovely stuff. It's coming alive. I'm feeling like Frankenstein right now. No, I don't mean Frankenstein's monster. I mean Frankenstein. I'm bringing it to life. It's coming alive. Dooba deep doop. Deep doop. Deepa deep. Deepa doop. Deep deepa doop. Deep deepa deep doop. This little bit of border is going to be a pain in the butt to cover up that. I think I'll have to probably just add some white and then recolor it to my yellow and orange, because it's being quite sticky outy at the moment, fortunately. And then touch up this little bit too. And then this part here is sticking out. I can see this one, but let me see. I think that'll end up getting covered with a few more layers, this part. But I think this part will need some help. Then this bit as well. I know I went through all this effort of making these like nice yellows and oranges, and now I'm just covering it with white. But sometimes you just don't know how opaque it's gonna end up being until you try. And then you have to go back and patch it a little bit. It's just how it goes. I don't make the rules. Okay. Now let's see here. Yeah, we need to lighten this up just a little bit. I'm just gonna dab on a slightly less saturated orange here. Kind of whiten down and spread that around a little bit. See how that dries. Okay, now just a little bit of cleanup. Like I said, you want to clean up here and there sporadically a little bit. If you wait till the very end, then a lot of times the paint doesn't come off. It just like pushes until it's like all wrinkled up. So I like to just do that every couple layers, especially when I'm floating text. I'm just making sure there's no dust on this brush here. Ooh, that was a mistake. Okay, no big deal. We fixed it. This blue is looking too bright compared to our other blue a little bit. So I'm just going to lighten, not darken. That's the opposite of what I want. Lighten that up a little bit. Yeah, that's going to look a bit better. Wonderful. Alrighty. Alright. It's been a long road, but we're slowly getting there. It's been about 3 hours at this point, so I'd say I can probably finish it up in another 3 at some point. Well, I won't need to have a break to eat because I'll be fine for that, but I will have to take my dog out to pee at some point in the not so distant future. Alright. I think I should start finally giving this bottom some shape. I've been turning my brain off and avoiding it for a while now. But let's make it happen. Let's see here. A little bit of red. And I think I might bust out some... where is it? Some burnt umber for this. There we go. Boop, boop. Oh, whoa. That was way more burnt umber than I was looking for. They say you can't put the paint back in the tube, the toothpaste back in the tube, but I'm here to show you they're wrong. Watch this. You just tap the tube, get your paint back down, you know, scoop it up, and you just put it back in the tube. Sorry. So anyone tells you can't put the toothpaste back in the tube, they're just not trying hard enough. Easy money. I gotta save every drop of paint. It's like literally a drop of paint and I'm over here scraping it up. Listen, I'm very frugal. I paint on tiny little cards and I don't waste my paint. And that is why my cards tend to be very watered down with paint. And that is why doing straight, clean lines is difficult for me. I am aware of these issues, I just choose to do nothing about it. There we go. So I was thinking... So we're going to see, the perspective is, we're going to see... What are we going to see? I think maybe I got to push it a bit more forward than I was initially thinking. And I don't want this to be too straight of a line. I want to have some character here. Just reactivating my paint a little bit. Just roughing something in here. You can kind of like mold it and give it some shape. And then I think I'm just going to do this for like planning purposes. I want it to be redder so it's got more difference to it. Boop, 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 beep, beep, beep. Don't want to be thick though. So this is going to be like the top that we see. There we go, like that. And then the artist used some pretty dark lines, but there's no like black being used on this. So I'm just going to go in with a straight brown here, just for a guiding line. So that's going to be my cliff top, my edge there. Oops. And I want to give it a bit more personality, so I'll give it like a bit of a crackle here. I know it just looks like I'm putting in random colors in places, but we're building towards something, okay? You gotta trust the process here. That is my mantra. I know I say it a lot, but you gotta fake it till you make it, right? And saying that I trust the process, even if it isn't entirely true, should in theory make me trust the process. Okay, so we've got our top of our edge here. And then I think I will end up doing a bit more white and yellow than I thought initially. Because I'm going to be continuing this like ruin road thing going on that the minecart is on. So I will need to bring this yellow down some more. Okay. Lovely. And then this, I think I'll get rid of some of this. Yeah, it's still a little wet, might be. Alright, we'll have to let that dry a little bit and then come back down there a little bit later. Now, there's nothing wrong with the color of this, but whatever this red stuff is, it should definitely be making it like brighter close to it. So I'm just going to take like a slightly lighter blue along like the edge of this fire. And this is pretty, well, I don't know if it's fire, whatever it is, this lighting effect. There we go, just like that. And I'm probably going to do some things to make some more texture. Right now it looks a little goofy, and we'll fix this right now. Because of this white, it makes it look like the border is peeking out in a weird way. So let's fix that up, because it's starting to bug me. And it's making me second guess other parts of the work. I can't trust my brush because it's got so much blue on the bristles, like dyeing it at the moment. That's making this look green. Okay, there we go. I need to suck out a bunch of water, so I just use the part of the brush where there's no paint, the back side. And then I suck out the water that way. Yeah, getting this back to yellow is definitely going to help with my eye feeling like it's looking at something weird. But yeah, I put those dabs of white in there because I wanted to cover the border. It was sticking out a little bit more than I intended. Okay, we've got kind of like the sky going this way, but then my line's going the opposite way. So I'm going to just go over this a little bit and make my brush strokes align with the direction that the original art is going. I was just originally filling color and space, and now I'm going to start in some places getting like the finishing correct, right? You gotta stick the landing at some point. Alright, so like I said, the brush strokes, the cloud direction seems to be kind of going in this direction, whereas I go in the opposite direction. I don't know why, just did. Probably just because being left-handed felt more natural to go that way, but I wasn't really thinking. My brain was on autopilot, and I'll fix it now. And then going this direction will also make it so that our kind of like mouth, our mine, our Howling Mine, the titular Howling Mine, going the opposite direction will break it up, and despite them being kind of like blues, they won't blend together as much. That is the dream, he says confidently. With no idea what he's doing. Ding, 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 ding. Oh, that's so wet. I shouldn't be adding more to it, but fuck it, we ball. Heck it, we ball, baby. This stream is brought to you by PBS. Alright, I think... Should I be like... This is the thing I'm debating, is like adding spiky bits here, but I don't know if I want to, really. I know I can add like another one up here pretty easy. I just don't want to be a little bit too cheeky, you know? I can probably add a spiky bit like here before we get to that top part. Of the hill that we see. I think it'd look good if it like ended on this part. Maybe just a couple like that. No, I guess I could put one like at the very bottom coming up over like this in the perspective. And that kind of fixes my issue with this looking a little bit weird. I want to give it a bit more like cragginess. Like really kind of like reaching over like this. Like a finger almost. Like I said, trust the process. Okay, I think that's what we're doing. And then this one, reaching up like that as well. Okay. Yeah, I think that'll work. Okay. Just gonna fill this back in a little bit so that I can keep seeing what's going on here. It's not gonna end up looking this bright red, I don't believe. But for now, that's what's going on. I just want to see what I have to actually transition to this yellow. Because I thought I was going to do it a little bit differently, but it's starting to take shape in my mind. And I'm kind of seeing the lines I want to be drawing here. There we go. I want... What do I want here? I want to cover this border is what I want to do. So I'm going to add a little bit of white to my yellow orangey mix here. And part of that is to reach the right tones, but part of it is just because I need it to be a bit more opaque to cover this border here. Alright, we've got kind of an oranginess. Yeah. Up here, that's fine. In here, that looks good. Yeah. Then I think I can get away with it in here. So I try to, mix my colors to paint a certain thing. But if I notice that the color will work somewhere else rather than what I'm intending to mix it for, then I'll just use that. I'll get those parts that it works for, and then I'll keep trying to mix it. So I'm just adding some more yellow, and I'm intending to just slowly work down this border here. So it's going to be a little bit of me adding some yellow a bit at a time as I work down this border to get this line a bit cleaner. So just a little bit more yellow. I'm going to add a little bit of white too. And this is me trying to get it perfectly right now. Like I can get that at the end stages. I'm just getting it close and focusing on really making sure that border is disappearing there. Because I can like paint it into here. I can paint it decently deeply in the card. So I can fade it in no problem. Wonderful. Alright, back with the white. Hit this up a little bit more. Oh la la, very good. Alright, we'll let that dry. And I think now would be a decent time. I've got a few places drying. Be a decent time to just clean some areas up a little bit, right? So I'm starting to paint over this a decent amount. And the trick to really getting this to look good when you're cleaning it up with the toothpick is that you need to make sure your toothpick's a little bit wet. So you can dab it on some paper towel like a civilized person, or you can just like lick it, which is what I do more often than not. So if you've gotten a commission from me, I'm sorry to say, but I've licked your card. I've licked the entirety of your card. I don't film that part, but I've licked your whole card. As soon as I got it, I just licked it up. Anyway, don't worry about that. I don't actually lick the card. I just licked the toothpick, okay? I just licked the toothpick. I'm not some sort of weirdo. No, but it being just a little bit wet is what helps kind of reactivate that paint so you can get it cleanly off. So you have a lot more control. My main thing right now is I'm working on this yellow edge. And I need to bring it down a little bit, which is why I'm slowly doing that white at the bottom and fixing it up as I go. Ooh, this is color matching pretty good in here actually. There's just a little bit more border I need to get out of here. Get, you hear? Wonderful. Alright, I'm gonna just mix a little closer into this orange. Pick up some orange. And I'm still working on this border here a little bit. That's why I went in with so many layers of white at the beginning, but I didn't want the viewers to get too bored, so I switched it up and stopped applying my white layers a little too soon. Now I'm paying the price. I gotta go in and really annihilate this border here. When I was young growing up, my mom didn't let me say the word kill. Like if I was playing a video game, I couldn't say like I killed that guy. Right? So I had to use words like annihilate and destroy growing up. So sometimes when I'm saying like, oh yeah, I killed it, right? Sometimes my brain will still pop in and be like, yeah, I annihilated it. I destroyed it. Even though I feel like those words have a stronger intention than we like know that colloquially we use like kill for these idioms, right? Kind of funny how that works. All right, slowly erasing this border. Like I said, I was taking a lot of time doing a lot of white layers to get rid of it, but I felt like it wasn't a super great viewing experience, so I ended up moving past that for a little while. I mean, at the end of the day, it's watching paint dry, so it can only be so exciting. There's only so much I can say to really spice it up. Although I'm sure there's lots of people out there that could make paint drying like super radical. Here I come in on the right hand bottom corner with the white ink, and that's not just any white acrylic paint, that is titanium white. Yeah, wouldn't that be a fun way to do it? I'm about to lay the smack down on you, brother. When I paint this claw-looking rock, it's gonna be over for you. I think I'll do like one more little tiny jagged thing over the edge here. Just a little one, as a treat. I deserve it. You know, I've been working hard on this altar. I deserve one little more scraggly rock, don't I? Surely I do. Alright. Ooh, wow, we really activated our paint with that dab of water. That's alright. I'm sketching. I'm sketching with paint right now. It's not serious. There we go. More or less I want those shapes. And then like that. Then we'll make those catch a little bit of light, like the rim lighting here. But it'll be like, I guess, kind of on the tops rather than the strong right hand side. I'm just using the rest of my black ink in my brush to darken up some areas. Wonderful. Now since we're using really dark paint, I gotta switch it up and use some really light paint. So I like to just squeeze the bristles of my brush and get all the paint from the brush onto my fingies. Then you can do a couple dabs to make sure it looks pretty clean. So I'm gonna go in, just do another layer of this white. And I'm just kind of blocking things off loosely. The way I like to paint is I like to just focus on one area at a time and see what I need to work on. If I get a little too obsessed with any one area, that's when I find I can overwork things. So I find it helpful to like bounce around, even though I know, for example, on the time lapses, it looks a lot worse if I bounce around a lot. Because it looks like my hand is just kind of going everywhere, but nothing is really happening. So a lot of times when I'm doing time lapses, I paint differently than I would if I wasn't doing a time lapse. Which is weird because I'm pretty much always time lapsing, which means I never paint the way I would quote unquote normally paint. So the way I normally paint is the way I don't normally paint. Does that make sense? Is this thing on? Hello? Is anyone picking up what I'm putting down here? Whoa. That was too much. Too much there. Let's get a little bit of that orange. Take off the edge. Take the edge off a little bit of that yellow paint. Alright. Yeah, we can start putting our yellow on now. Okay, it's a little bit too watery. There's wet paint there. Just dapple it on and then let that dry a little bit. Alright, I got yellow on my brush. I guess I can put it in here a little bit. There's a little bit of border showing there that we need to get rid of. Lovely. And then a little bit of red. I'm going to orangify. I'm sure that's in the Merriam-Webster's dictionary, orangify. Oh, this is a little lighter than I was expecting, but we can use that. We can use that. There we go. And then down here's a little lighter. And here is a little lighter as well. All right, I need a little bit of yellow. And I'm constantly just like switching between like yellow, orange, and red. And I feel like this is how I paint that's a bit different than other altruists, is they would have like their colors kind of more cordoned off, and they would keep using the same yellow and building on it and building on it until they get like a nice clean yellow. But I just keep like remixing the colors as I need them for each layer, which is a little I don't know what the word to use. I was going to use like psychotic, but that seems a little strong. A little kooky. A little not so clever. I'm making a lot of extra work for myself, and it's like very difficult for me to paint clean lines. So it's like a lose-lose situation, but I do it constantly. But especially when I'm doing something like a sky, like there's not going to be clean lines, so I'm perfectly happy doing it this way. But when I go and I put this kind of like spiritual track thing down, then I better just mix up like a large amount of the colors I need for that, and then apply them with, you know, diligence so I don't get them mixed up. Alright, things are coming along a little bit. I just put way too much water on there. Dang it. Dang it, Bobby. Alright, so I need to put a little bit of texture into this sky, because I've got the texture going the wrong way. If we look at it, it's kind of going that way, and mine is going that way. So, once again, oh, I need some white. Alright, and then a little bit of black. Just taking down the saturation of color a little bit. Yeah, that looks about right. Trying to get these strokes actually going the right way here. Because in the original art, you can see the brush strokes, so there should be some brush strokes in mine as well. Everyone really seems to value when you can't see any brush strokes, but I mean, that's like the heart and soul of the work. Right? Without brush strokes, it might as well have been printed. I'm not, you know, poo-pooing the mastery it takes to make it look like that. I'm just saying. When there are brush strokes in the original work, that's good, because I'm using a brush. My dude, I'm using a brush right now. All right. All right, I think I went a little bit too low in saturation. Let's mix a little bit more blue back in there. All right, all right, all right. Now, hey, the ladies. Sorry, I'm quiet. Hold for painting delicately. Hold. All right, wonderful. It's coming along. It's starting to look like something. Starting to look like something. All right, what color do we have here? Yeah, this. Okay. Painting, 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 painting. Now let's bring it down. Let's bring it down low. This one's for the ladies. Which, I must say, statistically, 2% of my viewing audience is ladies. That's a non-zero amount. 98% of my viewing audience, dudes. I'm talking dudes. I'm talking at the barbecue, putting a hamburger on the grill. I'm talking dudes. But 2% of my audience, you know, they're the ladies. They're what's the meme I'm searching for in my mind? They're very demure. They're very mindful. When they watch me paint, they're very mindful. They're very demure. But then 98% of my audience, they're the frickin' dudes, you know what I'm saying? Just a bunch of guys being guys. Bunch of dudes. Alright. Things are happening. Oh my god, things are happening. Let's get some, like, texture in here. I say texture, but I mean color. And by color, I mean texture. They're one and the same. Alright, wonderful. Oops, dropped my stuff. One moment. Oh god, could you see my head? Head reveal? What, no head? Head reveal? Scrub the VOD. Scrub the VOD. No head for you. Look at damn. Jolly Willikers. That mine is really howling, isn't it? Doom, ding, doom, ding, ding, doom, ding, ding. Oh, okay. I have no idea what I'm mixing right now. I thought I knew, but Jesus, take the wheel. Mix my colors for me. Thank you. I need to take a nap for a while. Ooh, mama. I told myself no Johnny Bravo today. No Johnny Bravo today. I can't just do Johnny Bravo every day and call it a stream. Doop, 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 doop. Wow! It's starting to look good. It's crazy. 3 hours in and I've just now been like, hey, it's tolerable. It's not an affront to my eyes. It only took 3 hours. Doot, doot, doot. I think now would be a good time to do a little bit of spring cleaning. Uh-huh, uh-huh, uh-huh. Uh-huh, 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 uh-huh. Mm-hmm. 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 Man, this card's gonna be cool as hell, dude. Sheesh. Alright. Cool, cool, cool. Let's clean up around that 2 as well, why not? Mm-hmm. Looking good. It's one of my mom's catchphrases. Looking good. You know how you have like Facebook aunts, Facebook moms and such? It's like my mom, if back in the day, I don't really post pictures of Facebook, but that's her catchphrase. Looking good. Wow, looking howling. Okay. I'm going to take a brief break, I believe. Yeah, I've been at this for quite some time here. I'm going to take a brief break to take my dog out. She would probably like to go use the washroom. I'm just predicting that. So I need to find where I put my notepad. Oh, here it is. All right. Someone just tuned in, so my apologies. I am going to step away very briefly to let my dog out to use the washroom. So, it's almost like a font, this wonderful handwriting. BRB. Taking dog out. Be less than 5 minutes. And I could shut the stream down, but yes, very briefly, I will be taking my dog out to use the washroom. So you should be able to see that. I don't think you can see it on the vertical stream though. Oh well. Alright, I'll be back shortly. Sorry about this. All right, I'm back, baby. I'm back, baby. Okay. All right, time to get serious about this whole painting thing. Does this look like fun and games to you? This is a very serious stream with a very serious artiste who's about to do some very, very serious work. Alright, prepare yourselves for the most serious painting you've ever seen. First I shall put down some black paint. Alright, enough of that. And now I'm just gonna, make this corner happen down here. Oh, my dog is so confused. Why is he talking so much? I don't know, Libby. That's just how it be, I guess. Alright. And I'm not going to put these in black right now. I'm just going to use brown. Brown is very opaque, and it will be easier to cover different colors than if I go in with black at the moment. So that's why I'm using brown right now. So I'm going to need to like highlight them and put some lighting effects on these to make them interesting. So I'm not going to completely fill them in with black quite yet. And I could just use a gray, but I'm using brown because the text box is gray, so the gray is less likely to show up really clearly. Just thought I'd give you that little insight, so we're not confused. We're on the same page here. Wonderful. Now don't confuse that brown with this brown I'm going to put over here. This is our cliff face brown. And of course it's going to be more red, more vibrant, closer to that edge there. So I'm not going to go all the way with that. I'm kind of like sculpting out this shape right now. Okay, let me move this a little bit closer. You can see the very serious action going on here. Alright. Some more work at yellowing this sky out. Lovely stuff. And we need to cover this border still yet just a little bit more. That yellow. I think this yellow is pretty appropriate for over here. Let's get a bit more yellow into this area. Looking a little too much orange. It's overpowered by orange at the moment there. And then I'm going to need to really apply some thicker paint. See, this is the problem I was saying is you put your blue over your yellow, you're going to have a heck of a time building the yellow back up. So I was trying to avoid that for a long time, but it ended up kind of doing an overlap that I wasn't trying to make happen. We had an unintended collab. There we go. And this yellow is a little too bright. It's a little too pigmented. I didn't add any white to it, but I'm just shaping it out at the moment. All right. So that second last beam that I was just painting on needs a little bit of orange right here. So we'll just mix up whatever orange. We're not at like the final stages yet, so ultimately every single color doesn't matter that much on a piece like this. If it was a more firm style, then every single little dab of color would matter, but we've got a lot of room to play on this Howling Mine. And that is part of the reason I chose it for today. I said, if I'm gonna go live, oops, reminds me I should turn my time lapse on. Might have missed some of the action there. If I'm gonna go live, then I want to do a card that's kind of a little bit loose. I can kind of talk at the same time I paint, and it's not going to be the end of the world. There's a lot of cards that I wouldn't dare do that with. A lot of the more current, like digital art cards. Digital art is like every pixel can be different, right? So, and it's created very different than traditional kind of like acrylic art as well. So it is no surprise that it's harder to emulate that. Okay, I need some more Prussian blue. So this is not like a super saturated blue, but that's good. It's just a tiny bit of hue of blue in the sky. And we don't want super saturated blue for that. I'm going to really try to lock in this bit of sky back here, because once that is locked in, I'll feel a lot better about sorry, my mind blanked. I'll feel a lot better about than adding like sticky outy bits from this Howling Mine, the titular Howling Mine. I just want to make sure that the sky is 100% locked in before I start doing little finicky stuff like that. So I'm trying to get my brushes to align with the background, in which the strokes seem to be going this way. Whereas when I set this up, unfortunately I have multiple layers of brushing the wrong way, so Now I need to fix that. I just got recommended your brainstorm video and it was really nice. I appreciate video explaining a little bit more about altering since it's the thing I want to pick up this year and I have no art background. Well, I mean, you came to the right place because I don't have like a strong art background. I went to school for theater production, right? So that is the backstage work in theater, which is set design, and there is a little bit of painting in there, but it's very different painting a 12-foot high set wall than it is painting a 2.5-inch card, right? And painting was just one of the many classes, and I didn't even end up finishing the program. So if that is my only art bona fides, what is it, bona fides? Then I'm a good role model for someone who wants to start with no prior experience. I'm not saying do it right now, but also this video, if you're just kind of like dropping into the live, the beginning of this video, I was talking about, I kind of just started from the very beginning, right? So I talked about something as simple as just painting the card, or not painting, taping the card down to the board. I talked about how I've set up my wet palette. Just simple, very like beginner friendly stuff, right? So I don't know if you can, I think you can like go back to like the beginning of this if you wanted to, but it'll also be uploaded. The whole live will be uploaded when I'm done. And you can see the beginning where I talk a bit more about that kind of stuff. But yeah, it's a really great hobby and it's a lot of fun. It's something you can do kind of solo dolo, and you can definitely take up an evening or two doing it. I've taken up a lot more than that. But it's very rewarding. It's very peaceful. If you're going to play the cards, right, it's meaningful to put these cards in your deck, and then you can, I don't know, if you're into it, you can be like that guy at the card shop, the altar guy. Alright, I'm going to let that dry a little bit, and then I'm going to come back and kind of dry brush some white strokes into there, because I'm trying to match those strokes. Yeah, well, yeah, of course, I'm not saying watch it now, but just so you're aware that the beginning of this video I did kind of talk more about like the setup and behind the scenes stuff. Like normally I like to have my camera zoomed more into the card, but I zoomed it back out. You can see the entire palette, and I even, like I said, showed just taping down the card and basic stuff like that. But yeah, it's really humbling. It's really nice to hear people say I'm like inspiring or helping them on their journey, because I'm just a guy who picked up a brush and just started. Altering is white chose, great choice. In my opinion, great choice. You should send me... Here, let me see if I can grab... I'm part of a Discord of like Altarist, and I can get you the link if you want. Just give me 1 second. Let's see how... Oh wait, I forgot I don't have invite privileges. If you just like send me an email or something, my email's in the description. I'll find a way to invite you to the Altarist Discord I'm in. And then lots of people, just other people who are altering cards, talk in there and share ideas and work in progress. Really good resource for finding like-minded people. So yeah, I don't have invite privileges, but if you just send me an email, I'll find a way to get you in there. And it's taken a lot of layers to get rid of this right-hand border. Those light yellow colors are always so stubborn to finally cover all that darkness up. But we are almost there. The more I look at this card, the more I don't even want to be painting it. I just want to see what it looks like when it's done. Man. Like, I enjoy the process, but it really is the right card. It's really rewarding when you stop and you look at. Not every card gives me that feeling, but I can tell this Howling Mine is going to be so cool. I just want to be like done painting it so I can look at it. Do you have any kind of cards in mind that you want to paint? Alright, hit the bed, my dude. Have a good one. And like I said, I'll find a way to get you into the Discord. I just need to figure out who has the invite privileges or whatever. Thanks for stopping by. It's great to hear that you liked the brainstorm video. And I think the beginning of this one will be helpful as well. But have a good snooze. Have a good sleep. Alright, I think the top of my sky here is finally dry enough that I can dry brush in a really light blue. Yeah, just start wherever you're at. It doesn't matter. And there's a lot of beautiful lands. A lot of lands make very good cards to start altering. And I mean, there's lots of cards, even standard, that are great to alter. It depends on the 60 card format. A lot of Pauper staples have really gorgeous cards to alter if you're into Pauper. Oh yeah, that'll be good. Okay, I need to dry my brush out a bit to paint. There we go. Now we're getting some texture in there. Yeah, see, I want my brush strokes to be going in this direction along with the sky here. They're going the wrong direction before, but now they're going the right direction. Yeah, my first card was a land as well. It was a swamp. I wonder if I don't think I even have it in my binder. I think it's like in my junk drawer. Yeah. I think this was my first altar. I mean, it's like really dark. It's a really dark land. So, yeah. I mean, it looks okay. But it's pretty much just blacking a lot of the card out. Pauper is the go-to? Yeah, a lot of beautiful cards in Pauper. Galvanic Blast was a really nice card. The scene is lovely in Europe. I've heard that. There's just Paupergeddon, I think. I think it just happened, right? Yeah, it's not as popular here, but I do love Pauper. Altar of Carrion Feeder would be awesome. I've got one right here in my binder. Let me show you. Let me show you my toys. There it is. Right, pretty simple. This would be a good card to actually start with. It's really cheap. I mean, I don't think it's seen competitive Pauper play, but I used to run some kind of jankier decks, you know, that played in Pauper, but that was probably about 4 years ago. It's probably power crept even further out of the format. But yeah, that is my Carrion Feeder. What a beauty. Yeah, I like Carrion Feeder. I think the problem with Secret Lair is that some of them are actually really good. I wish I could universally dislike them all, but Man, I really do like that Junji Ito carrion feeder. Now, I don't know if I'll ever spend the dough for one, but I think it is very gorgeous. Oh, that's your favorite deck, Black Sack? My god. Why is everyone in here so much like me? For real, like me, for real. I think, like, my Black Sack is, like, deck is really old, and it's kind of, like, torn apart at this point. Let me see. No, these were all like my sideboard cards from my mono black deck. There was I think it's when what was it? It was when the Hawks with the gates. I don't know what you call that deck these days, but when that kind of became really popular in the meta, I was running like Black Sack, and I was running in my sideboard I was running Choking Sands to blow up the gates so that they couldn't pump those birds. But this is actually a really gorgeous card too. I should alter one of these soon. Yeah, Cowgates. But yeah, that's when I was playing a lot of Pauper, and I was playing some mono Black Sack at that point. And yeah, I was teching in land destruction to blow up the gates. It's kind of like it's not really a proactive play, but it sometimes paid off, right? But yeah, it's been a couple years probably since I last hit up Pauper very actively. Still my favorite format though. And I play a lot of Pauper Commander as well. This blue is very interesting. I feel like it might be a slight purple in here. I think I'll come back to that. But yeah, I mean, altering cards for Pauper is really fun because a lot of them are rather inexpensive. Not to say every card is inexpensive in Pauper, but a lot of them are. And Pauper players love to bling out their deck. Yeah, Nested Shambler. Mortician Beetle. Yeah. Oh, I used to, yeah, I run Nested Shambler because I had a zombie tribal deck too. Nested Shambler with, what is that Lorwyn removal? That's like a tribal nameless inversion. So I could nameless invert my own Nested Shambler if there wasn't something better to remove on the table, and then get 4 squirrels out of that. And then you use Ghoul Caller's Chant, I believe it is. You can get 2 zombie cards back. So you could get the removal back, the nameless inversion, and get the Nested Shambler back. So I was rocking that for quite some time. Alright, I think I already mentioned it, but I'm painting just some brown onto these spikes as opposed to black because I want to leave the space to put in the proper lighting and stuff, and if I go black then it'll take a lot of layers to change it. Brown is a lot more amenable to being changed. I really like Mortician Beetle because it's one of the few cards that's both a common and a rare. I say few, I don't rightly know how many there is, but I know that it has been printed at both common and rare, which is pretty rad. Dual commander, huh. I think that's why people like blinging out their pauper decks. They like get the base cards and then they really get attached to their deck, and then, you know, they've still got money sitting around, so you might as well bling it out, right? Which is pretty cool, but it's equally as cool, or maybe even cooler, to, you know, start doing your own altars and blinging it out that way, right? Like, instead of throwing money at it, you can kind of like throw your creativity into it. That's really cool. Three. Wasn't Ornithopter a rare at one point? Yeah, I don't know if I could like name like very many. I could like maybe stumble into some, but I know for sure that Mortician Beetle is both a rare and a common, because I have the rare like sitting in a pile beside me. Entire pauper deck and sideboard to alter it? I mean, it all depends on how fast you paint and what you're trying to achieve, right? There's a guy at Pauper again 2 weeks ago that had altered all cards to have white boars in his Cowgates deck. That's pretty cute. That's a cutie patootie move right there. I hear of people like doing white borders to like make fetching easier to happen. Right? Making fetch happen. Mean Girls. Anyway. But yeah, all white is crazy work. Not crazy bad, mind you, just dedication. Right? It's like, I'm going to... The crazy thing about all white borders is I'll see like some people pop up and say they're like all white border in their deck, and I'm like, fine, that sounds good. And then they're like, yeah, I just rub it with sandpaper till it's white, and I'm like, my dude, like, use some paint, man. What do you mean the sandpaper? It's Cowgates. Is there like a version with no wait, was it like Beloved Cow is an uncommon, I think, right? No. Like, if I was gonna white border, like, check this out. We can white border something in like 1 minute. So this is like an acrylic marker, right? If I was going to like white border my whole deck, I just hit it up with this. You know, I'm probably not gonna do, well, I'll do the one layer of the whole thing, why not? But yeah, you get like an acrylic paint marker and it's just like coloring. Like you're back in grade school. Easy peasy. You do a layer with this and then you like thin down some white and then apply it with a brush. And then you would have your all white borders. But I always see online people saying they like sandpaper them until they're white, or they we could rub it with acetone or something. I'm like, you guys are crazy. But yeah, if you want white borders, it's not that, you know, unachievable, really. And it can be done a lot easier than getting a million grit sandpaper or something. I think I got like a pack of 5 or 6 of these acrylic markers from, unfortunately, Walmart. I try not to support them much, but I did in this case. And I got like 5 of them for like $18 or something, right? But yeah, if you really want to do white borders, I cannot recommend enough just getting some, acrylic markers, even some Copics if you want to get the ritzy version. And if you want to do a whole deck and sideboard of white borders, I could do it in one sitting probably like this, but might take multiple markers. But voila, right? You let that dry and then you just go over top of it lightly with a white brush. Bada bing, bada boom. Big like a cow. Hey Aaron, how's it going? Yeah, the Cogate is coming along. I did a little side demonstration of why I think it's crazy that people are using sandpaper to get white borders. You can use acrylic marker and do it in a minute, right? But yeah, you're asking about how long it takes to do a whole pauper deck and sideboard. That's 75 cards. I think, if you could set aside 2 to 3 hours and you painted quicker than I do, you could probably do a card a day and get it done in a month and a half. There's one fellow on TikTok, and he is making a entirely Adventure Time themed deck. And I think he was doing 1 card a day, but then he ended up getting distracted by commissions. But he's still on very good pace. The biggest thing for me is like lands. When it comes to just doing a swamp, I kind of get like a little bit demotivated. You saw that guy? Yeah. Yeah, I don't think he's like in the Discord or anything, so there's like an Alterous Discord. I haven't seen like communicated with him, but I really like his project. It's really cool. I think the only like IP I'd be willing to like do that for might be if I made an all Zerg deck from StarCraft. And I've thought about it like a decent amount, but I I struggle just keeping up with commissions and doing my own little projects and side things, editing videos, so it's just an idea I have in my back pocket for the future. I was thinking about like if it was StarCraft and I did Zerg, I think they would either be Jund or no, I think Jund is right, actually. Jund or... I don't know. I kind of want to say Sultai because I like Sultai, but I don't think they'd actually be Sultai. But, yeah. It's definitely... Maybe they'd be Sultai. They've got the blue-green Simic of the whole evolution thing. And then they've got black because they're going to consume the whole galaxy. And I was thinking if I did that, I might use like the Eddie Brock that got released in the Spider-Man and do front side Kerrigan and then backside Kerrigan, Queen of Blades. Human symbiote. That sounds kind of like Kerrigan when she goes Zerg mode. Kind of lost track of what I was painting here. That looks good. There we go. Then it has to start getting a bit more orangey at the bottom. But yeah, I feel like everyone who does altars has the dream of like getting a whole deck done. And it's achievable, but it takes a long time. There's one guy, he's doing like a Lord of the Rings themed deck, and I think it's a guy. I don't know. It could be, I don't know. But this one person I've seen, they're doing a Lord of the Rings deck, and every card they put out is like photorealistic. It's actually mind blowing. Couldn't be me. But anyways, I think they're at like 5 cards so far, and it's like brutal. So it can take any amount of time. It just depends what you're trying to achieve. But yeah, some people are achieving very, very ambitious projects. All right, so I'm going to mix together some kind of dark, but with some undertones of reddish, brown, just line work to put into this cliff here. Because it exists in here, so we're going to put it down in the bottom too. Alright, I got my brush a little full of water, so I'm just going to suck some of that out. Alright, let's put in some nice strong lines here. There's a line with an edge. And then I see this line is kind of like forming itself already. So I really have no idea what I'm doing. I just see, you know, the paint is already kind of in some spots. I'm just using that as kind of a guide for where I can put some possibly interesting lines here. I mentioned this because, you know, Rugi was talking about having no art background but wanting to get into altars, so my mindset here is like head empty, just draw lines. And I already see like some places where some lines are started, so instead of trying to fight against my paint and bend it to my will, I'm just going along with it. And of course, our light is mostly emanating from here, so this is going to be darker than up here. It's not going to be the same colors. So that's one thing to keep in mind. I think Rugi might have went to bed, Fromian. Rugi was saying it was like 2 a.m. there, that they're gonna head to bed, but I think the popper talk got them a little re-energized. But they probably hit the hay, I'm thinking. Alrighty. Yeah, things are really starting to come along here. It's been quite the journey, but we are getting there. I think my phone is at 3 hours of recording time on my time lapse. At this point, yeah, I'm going to turn off my time lapse. Yeah, because I usually don't capture everything. I get like 90% there, and then I usually do a little transition to the final product to keep a little bit of mystery. Keep y'all hooked till the very end. Those are my secrets, though. Don't tell anyone my secrets. Does anyone know about what's going on with Sora AI, I think it is. They like had an announcement or something saying they were closing up shop. Has the service like already been disconnected? I'm really curious because I had a huge uptick in like views and stuff this week. And I'm wondering if it's like people are already, one, if they don't have access to those tools anymore, or if it's been shut down, or people are just like bouncing because they know that the day is numbered. I'm really interested about that, but I haven't had time or the will really to actually dive into it too much. But as someone who is aligning themselves with creatives and always has, I think that's a huge win for not just creatives, but humanity, frankly. I think that's sort of AI. My one friend, he was he was constantly showing me these AI chiropractor videos, and I'm not gonna lie, like I was laughing. They got me a chuckle, but at what cost? You know, at what cost? But basically, the premise is like the chiropractor just like slams someone through the floor or throws them out the window or something. And I mean, yeah, that pretty much sums it up. There's a chiropractor and he throws someone through the window, and it's like, whoa. And for some reason, it's always like an old dude or an old lady. It's like somehow someone figured out that it's funnier when old people get thrown out a window than when a healthy middle-aged guy gets thrown out the window, I guess. But yeah, that was like my only experience consuming AI content. And yeah, I definitely felt like I was getting brain rotted every second of it. And my friend is like the king of brain rot, so I say that affectionately. So yeah, I mean, goes to show. Man, there's a few parts of this card I'm like hesitant to start on, but it's looking like it's about time to start on them. Okay. It's very shortly here. What should I do first? This mountain kind of range? I might do that. Yeah, bringing down this orange is helping a lot. Then I need a bit more yellow. I can't really stress enough that I think I don't paint in a very efficient way. I'm just very like mood based. I procrastinate like painting the part I probably should paint. I do a million layers. And I just kind of like turn my brain off. But I paint very thin layers. I do things to compensate for my strange choices. So I'm always dabbing just like the littlest amount of paint on. I made myself a tea when I came back from walking my dog too. It was good stuff, I tell you. Back in the day, when I played RuneScape, I had this friend, and he lived in the States, and I lived in Canada, and we only knew each other through RuneScape. I think he was a couple years older than me, and he was living a very interesting life. I remember that he was like in the church quite a bit, the Catholic Church, and his goal was to become a priest. And it was funny because we had like pure accounts that were like designed to like attack other players as efficiently as possible. And I always remember him like wanting to start like a clan, but then like feeling guilty about it because he was very religious. And it's stuff like this that makes me reminisce when I hear the RuneScape music. I haven't played in quite some time, but there's still a lot of memories in there. That's looking good there. Then we want this to be a bit darker because this is going to be like the shadow of our mountain range, but we don't want a nice clean line. We want it to be broken up a little bit. A clean line won't do for our purposes. Okay, yeah, and then brighten this up. Exactly. Because, you know, although our light source is way back here, this is emanating light as well. So this part of it needs to be quite bright here. Look at that, look at that. Starting to come to life. I feel like I've been saying that for a while now, but I'm starting to feel it. Are you feeling it, Mr. Krabs? I told myself I wouldn't do Johnny Bravo today, so I guess I have to do SpongeBob instead. Y'all got a problem with that? Or you chill? Got a problem with SpongeBob or y'all chill? Sorry, Joda the Unifier. You got a problem with Joda the Unifier or you chill? Alright. Let's see here. I just need to get my orange down at the bottom to kind of like fade out a little, to be a little more uniform, a little cleaner. It's a little too dirty yellow right now, so let's get back to more of an orange, and then we can darken it up a little. Alright, I got a few things that are kind of wet and tacky right now, so I'll use this opportunity to clean up a little. And I just, I don't know if I should divulge it, but I do just kind of like wet the toothpick with my mouth a little bit. So basically, if you've got an altar from me, I licked your whole card. I licked it top to bottom. And you should be glad I didn't charge extra for that. I'm sure a lot of people would pay good money to have me lick your card top to bottom. Alright. We'll watch the delay and see how many people leave the stream after I said that. That'll be good data. We're in the data gathering phase, alright? We need to know if people like when I talk about licking their cards or not. And then once I know, I'll keep doing it. Whether they like it or not, I'll keep doing it. Alrighty. Merry Christmas, you filthy animals. Wonderful. Doop 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 doop. Ding dong, ding ding dong. Sheesh. Man, when I'm done this, I'm gonna eat some spaghetti. Can't wait to eat some spaghetti. Who's up eating their spaghetti? When I was a kid, since I was a very picky eater, I didn't eat tomatoes. I didn't eat raw tomatoes. I didn't eat cooked tomatoes. No tomatoes of any kind. But I did eat like a gallon of ketchup a month. So, I don't know. But anyways, my point is, I didn't eat tomatoes, so whenever I would go to like a friend's house for dinner and their parents were making like spaghetti, I would eat it with cheese whiz. I was that picky. I wouldn't eat spaghetti sauce. I would only eat my pasta with cheese whiz. And frankly, I blame whatever's wrong with me on that. I think I just ate too much cheese whiz growing up, and now I'm a little bit different, you know? You know, cheese whiz is just cheese to a guy like me. Cheese whiz is just cheese to a wizard like me. Wow, those rim edges are looking pretty clean. Let's get some more orange in over here. Whoa. I accidentally picked up the wrong brush. I got jump scared by my brush. Let's get this guy out of here. Have I been using this one? I don't even know. I have been. I'm just losing my mind. Doot, 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 doot. Man, I feel like slightly less pressure now that the time lapse isn't going. I always do. The time lapse, I'm like, I better paint like mildly efficient. But then once I turn it off and I do like the little details for a long time, I feel more vibey, more chill. Yes, we're getting that orange back in there. That's what I'm talking about, baby. I'm just gonna brush it all off my brush and then spread it like this so it doesn't spread thickly and clump in that one ending area. Alright, I think I need to let that dry a little bit. Alright, let me assess. Am I happy with this sky? I think I could lighten it a little. Because once I'm happy with the sky, then I can start giving my mind like some protrusion-y bits. And that would be a good thing to do while I wait for other areas to dry. Oh yeah, that's better. Yeah. And I'm kind of making a mess, but I can always clean that up, so I'm not too worried about it. You gotta crack a few eggs to make the omelet, they say. And that's what I think it's all about. Just get comfortable cracking eggs. And then people will say, oh, you're so talented at making omelets. And you'll say, no, I just crack a lot of eggs. So I have no idea what I'm doing. It's just, after I've cracked all these eggs, I gotta do something with them. So you end up making omelets. Yeah. I like a good brush stroke. See a lot of people saying, oh wow, you can't even see the brush strokes. Well, if that's what it's all about, why are we painting? Am I crazy here? If you don't want to see any brush strokes, just use a printer, my guy. My point is, brushstroke good. But if you're doing certain styles, of course, then you're aiming not to have the brush strokes in there. I get it. I just don't do those styles very often. Alright. I need just a little bit of red in with this brown. And then I'm going to add some black. Then we're going to just rough in some more crackly lines into this tectonic bit. Good band name, Tectonic Bit. Ooh, wow. Wait, good improv group name, Tectonic Bits. Wait, good geology Facebook group name, Tectonic Bits? I guess I can, yeah. It's gonna look funny if I just like let it end right on that corner, I think. So let's bring it up to about there. And of course this will be like the top, so I should match the color with the other top bit. Woo! There's a lot more water on that brush than I was expecting. Let's go in, make some more craggly bits. I don't want to darken this too much. This is like right on the edge where it should be more lit up. All right. So I feel like I need some really fine cracked lines here. Let's see what we can make happen. Okay, I need my paint to be more paint. Okay. It's quite dry, so just a little bit of water. Then I like tap my brush off a lot. Get that water off my brush. Any extra water I can just soak up with this paper towel. Man, people didn't like my Tectonic Bits bit. Well, that's good data. That's good data. Sorry, can a guy get a little tectonic in here? Anybody mind if a white boy get a little tectonic in here? I need some black in this. My brush, like not to be the craftsman blaming his tools, but my brush is getting pretty tired. My brush is like, I'm getting tired, Grandpa. I'm too damn bad. Paint that rock. Oh, painting the rock. Paint that rock. I'm getting tired, Grandpa. Too damn bad. Lovely, lovely. We are getting there, my dudes. Let's just get this frickin' box blacked off once and for all here. Let's get some shape into this head, this Howling Mine head, shall we? Let's get some shape into that thing. Lovely. Very gently, very softly. Happy little accidents. Wouldn't it be crazy if Bob Ross was painting this shit? He's like, oh, see that right there? Happy little accident. A giant skull. Giant skull. This reminds me of my time in Vietnam. I saw a lot of skulls in Vietnam. Poor guy. The lore behind Bob Ross, apparently why he talks so softly is like, 'cause he just like yelled a shit ton in the war. And then he came back from the war and he didn't want to yell anymore. That's crazy. It's gonna be me in the upcoming World War III. I hope not. That was a joke. That was a joke. Canada doesn't have a military to speak of. That was a joke. Okay. Need to add the orange back into this bottom. It's looking a bit yellow. Then I think I can... I've got like this like dark cliff face, but I could probably do something like this. Maybe. That'll take a couple layers, but just trust the process. It'll look okay. Trust the process. Trust me on this one. Oh, I gotta do these mountains. I've been procrastinating on this. This is gonna be wild, wacky stuff here. Now, do I think there's any brown in that mountain, or do I think that's all just shades of yellow and orange done to absolute perfection? I have no idea. At this point, if I was not streaming, I would probably use a color picker and do a little bit of cheating to see if there's any kind of like black to that, any brown to that. Exactly why it's looking the way it is. I think I need some orange up in this here. Look at me procrastinating among the best of them when there's mountains to paint. Ooh, that highlight really helped there. Ooh, yeah, that's helping a lot actually. Alrighty. Sometimes an area just doesn't want to get painted. That's what I'm finding down here. I guess it is an artifact. I was like, shouldn't it be a black border? It's an old school artifact. I was like, why do I even have to paint here? This is bullshit. This is bullshit. I did not. Okay. I'm thinking there's purples in here for sure, right? Definitely purples in there. Purples are... It's a very slight purple though, so I don't think I need to be so dramatic about it. Should be a very easy color to hit. Just the tiniest amount of red. Of a cool red in that cool blue. And I did a ton. Just a tiny bit of red in the blue dumps twice as much red as blue on the frickin' palette. Alright, let's see how we're looking here. That's definitely quite purple. We don't want to be that purple. Just a tint to the blue. Just a tint to the blue. That looks good. And I think let's do like a wash of this here. And just see how that affects our coloring. Ooh, I'm liking that. I am liking that a lot, frankly. I am liking this so much. I can't even begin to state how happy I am right now, he says in a dull monotone. Yeah, let's tint all this too. Heck, let's get this. Let's put this on everything. It's just that it's wet. When the paint is wet, it looks so gorgeous. And then it dries and it loses its sheen and it becomes matte. Boo. But then we put in a glossy sleeve and it becomes glossy. Yay! Okay, we need this to be over here a little bit. That's the thing when you do a big wash like this. You sometimes have to go back in and force the paint to be where you want it. And then the paint humbles you a little bit. Okay, things are looking quite up, quite high. Yep, up, 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 up in the atmosphere, up, up. I'm going up. That's it. Copyright strike. Sir, do you know how Shania you were going in that zone? No, I swear, I wasn't speeding. I wasn't going Shania. Sir, I have it on the speed camera. You were going up. Surely I wasn't going up in the atmosphere. I'm sorry to tell you, sir, you were. In fact. Up, 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 up in the atmosphere. So these are rock cracks, so we need to make them nice and jagged. Nice and jagged. And we need to make the lines on top of each other so that they stand firm. Anyone play any of that Pokopia game? I don't have a Switch 2. My ass is too broke at the moment. I have no idea what even happens in Pokopia. From what I've seen, it looks like Animal Crossing, but Pokemon. Am I in the right kind of area here with that assumption? Oh, mama. I know I wouldn't do my giant Bravo impression, but mama. It's looking good, mama. Starting to look good, mama. Sometimes I have to like tap the paint to get it back in the tube after I dollop some out. I hope that's not too annoying on the microphone, he says as he takes a big slurp of his tea. Oh yeah, that's good right there. Okay, let us mix this yellow with this old yellow. Old Yellow, my favorite book. My favorite book about loss. Oh yeah. I definitely want to do this. I want to get this like fade going on. Call me the barber, the way I'm about to bless it up. With that clean fade. Says the whitest guy you know. I hope Mulk isn't getting hit by hurricane whatever right now. It's kind of scary to like have to go and huddle up in the basement with your cats. I'll be thinking about that all day. Yeah, he'll probably be in the Discord chatting away. Oh yeah. Look at me. Nobody procrastinates like I do. Say surely he's about to. Oh, this is a happy little accident. I think it actually looks good. Yeah. Surely any day now he's going to paint those mountains. Or fix these. Or make that path of light. Surely any day now. You have no idea of my power. Maybe I just procrastinate till like my internet cuts out. Now wouldn't that be a move? Power move. Oh boy. Oh boy, I'm mixing all the colors. What am I even making this pukey color for? Maybe here? Interesting. Interesting. Hold. Hold, it doesn't look half bad. Hold. Yeah, it looks pretty bad actually. Not sure why I said I would do a whole card in one sitting. Imagine someone like tuning in to like learn something. Okay, so this is the part where I start panicking. Yes, indeed. Panicking is part of the process. If you don't get a good panic in, I don't know what to tell you. I think you're probably doing it wrong. Why is it constantly... There we go. Alright, and then this is like a little too hard, this edge. So I'm just going to do that. Softening it, softening it. Softening it. See, if I was like afraid of brush strokes, I'd be doing stuff like this a lot. Where you see like a lot of ultras, they like nab it with their finger. They're like getting rid of a texture they don't like. Or sometimes just a bit of color that they didn't want there. But a lot of times it's texture. But I'm just like not good at grabbing it with my fingers. Like I like in my mind, pick up another tool to make it happen. This is a little too red. Let's get that off. My God, my paint does not want to go in this frickin' peanut shape looking divot. I think it's telling me something. Listen, I don't like you, peanut shape. I need you to be gone. Yeah, I'm gonna have to like dab it in here and then let it dry. The peanut thought it could outlast me. I don't think so, buddy. Alright, I'm going to start putting in some texture onto this here. And I'm going to just do that by moving my brush randomly in ways that I hope work out. It's not really a scientific process, but it's the process I have. I think I want to put in like some deep kind of lines in here as well, but they need to be like bluish, not all black here. So let's put in some kind of wrinkles here. And I'm just holding my brush kind of loose. Yeah, I definitely want to make some like kind of like spikes too. A little bit of black, and with this blue concoction I made to really give these dark tones pop out a little bit. There we go. And it doesn't have to be the shape of an actual head. At the end of the day, it is a rock formation. So if it looks like a cone head, come on, it's a mountain. All right, I think I'm going to be a little bold here. Take some of my mixture, my slightly purple mixture. And I'm going to paint on some texture now. So this is kind of like where the light is hitting it. And the light is like emanating from this Howling Mine as well. And it's getting pretty dark here already. So there may be like little bits of light as we go further back, but it's not going to be a lot of it. So we're going to be looking at like more like little shapes, like just like little dots almost. As we go further back, just little indications. But I think I'm going to need a little bit of white paint here. Alright, here we go, a couple of dots there. Then we'll reactivate the paint that's already on the brush with a little water. Just a tiny bit. A little bit of white. Get some of that blue in here. Alright, little details, just tiny little bits of light going on here. Giving it just that little bit of light to add the texture in. And after we're done the highlights, we will go back in and do some shadows. Ooh, spooky shadow. Shadow the Hedgehog. Okay, there shouldn't be too much light down here because we're already seeing it kind of go to black. So I can just kind of give it a little bit of shape. Now I'm going to do just the... Sorry, my mouth was... I need to get a drink. 1 second. Okay. I was saying now I just need to get like really my like brightest highlight just on the little bits here. So right on the edges. I feel like switching brushes, but I'm going to be brave. Sorry, I'm kind of focused here. Look at that focus. Heck yeah. Just on the very edges, I'm getting this brighter, near white color. Okay, now I'm going to pick up some of this black. And then this is kind of like my neutral color. Well, it was. Now this is my highlights. You know how you say something and then you sabotage yourself immediately? That's what I just did. I said highlights. I meant shadows. This is going to be my shadows now. So I'm going to give them a little bit of like directionality. So I'm going to pull the shadows away from the light. And that will just help these areas pop out a bit more. Wonderful. It's starting to look like something. I think I might have overdid it a little on that shadow there. There we go. We are making a giant stone mountain that's yelling. Life is so surreal, isn't it? Yeah, a little shadow right there. Yep. Yup. Yup. Oh-ho! Any Legend of Zelda fans in the audience? Alright, well, I'm relatively happy with that. I think I can switch to a small brush here and just put on a little bit more highlights. But do them very, very meticulously here. I don't know, I think my head might be in the shot. I'm getting close. tiny highlights in here. And I'm using basically pure white now, so this is something you always want to use quite sparingly. I feel like it was going really well, and then I maybe took it a bit too far. But I think the only way out is through, so I just have to double down and make it happen here. I feel like it'll probably come into being a lot more once I really hit these highlights. I think my first layers were like a little watery, and then my highlights kind of just melded in. So I think this will help a lot. Like I said, I'm just trying to make shapes exist in amongst all this chaos here. That needs to be more directional to all this brightness going on. Man, I can't wait to get some new brushes. Even my small brushes, this is worse than the other one, frankly. Let's see if I can get this green one to a decent point here. This looks like our best bet. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Night and day difference, really. Yeah, when I buy more brushes, I want to get more of these green ones. These work really well. Yeah, that's helping a lot. You gotta put some highlights like right on the border as well, or else it's very clear where the art just kind of stops. Sometimes you gotta be bold in that way. A little bit more highlights. I don't want to go overboard here. Like that. Crispy P, hey, just stopping by quickly to say it's great to see you streaming again. I'm sad I missed this one, but it's 1:30 a.m. Yeah, you get that beauty sleep. Don't worry, there's always going to be the time lapse you can see, and I'll stream a bit more here and there in the future, right? So, don't worry. It's all good. Yeah, I'm really liking how this card is turning out. It's been, I don't know, I think like about 4.5, maybe 5 hours of painting, so I really want this time to kind of start from scratch. And also the beginning of the video is, I kind of like even set up my palette and everything, so if people want more of like a guide from me, I can point them back to this VOD and they can kind of see the whole process. But yeah, it's kind of a slow process, this one, but it's worth it. Those yellows, all those yellows, is difficult to layer over and erase the borders with those. That's why. Alright, I think it's time to get a little bit of texture into these streaks between the yellows of sky, because they look a little flat. So let's see what I can do here. Trying to find the right. I'm working with a tiny brush. That did not help. Let me see. Maybe I need to go light for my textures here. This is a bit purplish. Interesting. I am having a good time on this Howling Mine. I know that much for sure. My brushes are pretty tired though. But we're almost there. Maybe that'll be my chore tomorrow. Go out and get some new brushes. Because these ones are tired. They're sleepy. It's 1:30 a.m. for my brushes too. Well, Crispy, if you are still here, I think you'll be proud of me. I didn't do any Johnny Bravo impressions this stream. None, I promise. No Bravo was had. No Bravo? What, no Bravo? My face with no Bravo? Alright, I think my eyeball is tricking me, so let me clean this up and see what it looks like once that's clean. It looks a little too funny right now. Yeah, it looks better. That's more or less what I'm looking for. Yeah, it looks like a landing instead of like a claw. Yeah, okay. Good. Okay, let's mix in some shadow here. And then mix in some highlight on this side where it's brighter. Brighter. Now let's get a nice kind of definite kind of line here in between the top and all these craggly bits. So come on, work with me, paint. All right, putting in the line here. Wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful. Here's a nice line. It's too watery. It's gonna dry like, if I do it too watery, it dries like it has like a glow effect in Photoshop. Which I don't want. I want nice, strong lines here. These are indicating a lot of texture. They're doing a lot of heavy lifting. There, that's starting to look real. When I say real, I don't mean like photorealistic. I'm not patting myself on the back that much. I'm saying it looks realistic. it looks like that's how things might happen. All right, I need this to, yeah, exactly. I need this to be a lot brighter. And I need to get rid of that kind of like opacity feel. All right, and let's go over our line yet again here. We can have some shadow and kind of crag it up a little bit. Kind of crag it up a little bit. Lovely stuff. And I don't want to put like a edge line on here, but I do want to have a stronger delineation between sky and the side of this, so I'm gonna try to bring in more orange here, kind of get rid of the red undertones in the sky. This might take a few layers. And then I'll need to like put in a really kind of bright red, yeah, like that rim on this. So I don't want this blending into the sky. Wonderful. Yeah, I'm just turning this into the reddish kind of sky into just a straight orange here. And then that way my red cliffside has more it pops out a lot more. More contrast is the word. I don't want to use just straight up red, so I'll mix it around with my other stuff here and go in. Okay, sorry for the silence. I'm just making sure I have this good cliffside going somewhere. That makes sense. And then this part needs to have a bit of shadow here. And then, yeah, instead of like going red with this, I can fade it into like a darker orange. But I don't think I even really need to do that. Okay, I think I can do like quite a dark crack here. Some cracks up top. I got my tinier brush. So the cracks would start kind of on the edges, wherever there's an edge. Nice, we're making little cracks, and then there would also be kind of like lines going down. Yes, just like that. Just like that, but you know, like more than one. If my brush would work with me, that'd be great. It's funny, I try not to have too much vision in my head, because then you can get frustrated when it doesn't go exactly as you planned. Like right there with that line. Why did it have to do that, huh? Voila! We have transformed the line. Alright, so this part is going near to the black, so I can just add like a bunch of lines here. And they may just show up just texture-wise, very subtly. Then let's put in one strong line here. I mean, it already was kind of there, but let's put it back in. Okay, lovely stuff. Okay, I think it is time to finally start making these tracks here. This is too bold. I need to whiten this yellow. Lovely stuff. Alright, we're lightening this yellow up, and we're finally going to do these kind of like ghostly tracks going on here. I think we can go a little more white here. I mean, yeah. The thing about white is you can cover it if you're wrong. So let's put that in and see what happens. Okay. Alright, well, I'm not in love yet. But this is one of those things where we just tinker with it till it looks good. Alright, this is going... Let me see. One thing I like to do is when I've got these wacky lines, just give it one of these. Okay. So what I have done in a non-scientific way is determined that I want to go from like here, it looked good, starting at the that, then ending at the height of the them period. Is what I've determined. So now I just need to make a line, not a straight line, mind you, a curvy line. And that was the inside of the line, so I need to thicken it this way. Wonderful. Wow. Thank you, Danny Draws. I mean, to be clear, of course, I didn't do the original art. I guess I should have that somewhere on the stream. I am merely extending it. But I'm sure you know that. I just am very aware that I don't want to take any credit away from any of the super talented, amazing magic artists. Alright, I think I'm going to have to... It's funny, I'm tempted to go really bright orange, but... for the outside of the rails, but I don't think it's that bright of an orange. But somehow it has to be distinct from this. Oh, you saw the beginning, went to dinner, and now it's looking good. That's good. I've been at it for a while now. But I'm pretty committed to trying to do this all in one sitting. This is going to be... You know, I'm going to just kind of start off really light because we can always change it if we start off from light. Alright. Sometimes when I really need to get my hand steady, I have to go in with this double hand maneuver. But, oh no. Oh no, oh no. Okay, so I'm just putting the same orange on the same orange. Very good, very good. All right. If the sky is orange, and this line is orange, maybe the sky is orange because the line is orange. Question mark? Am I making any sense here? Uh-oh. Yeah, this orange needs to be darker is what's going on. And not brighter orange, mind you, just like actually darker. But the thing about oranges is you darken them too much, they just go brown. This might be it. Just that little tiny dab of black might have done it. Or not. Or maybe did nothing. Let's try a bit more. We are in the ramming our head against the wall stage of the altar. This is not one stage, but it happens many times throughout my process, in which I have no clue what I'm doing, and I just do things. That's starting to look good though, actually. It's giving it some definition. Then I can go back in with the inside line and fix that up later. Okay. Yeah, it's definitely making like an actual thing up here, instead of just putting the same orange on the same orange. Okay. Okay. I need to paint into my original really light color. The track shouldn't be this wide. Man, the symbol in the middle is going to be crazy work. Hey, we knew this was coming. We signed in for this. We signed up for it. Okay. Okay. Just need to thicken up my lines, deepen the colors here. And then we can go back and make it look all nice and beautiful. But you gotta trust the process, one step at a time. Anybody up howling their mines? Just wondering. Just wondering. Okay. Going back in with this creamy yellow. Tiny bit of red. This needs to be a bit thicker. It has to be thicker than this, right? It's coming more into the perspective. And then I can go like a really bright orange inside of this kind of dull orange to give it that glow. That'll work. Okay, this color is looking a little muddy, so let's clean it up a little bit. We'll make it a little bit brighter. There we go. Yeah. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Are you feeling it, Mr. Krabs? Another thing I could have done is I could just like painted the whole arc instead of doing that weird card thing I did. And then just scraped it off later, but why make extra? Why make extra work? Here we go. Things are starting to come alive on these rails. We are back on the rails. It's giving Donkey Kong Country 2. When you're in the minecart, anybody? Yeah, this is a little bit too creamy yellow here. A little bit too creamy yellow. What does that have to be? That has to be more orange up top. This one is more white, and this one's more orange. A lot more white than it already is. I think it's as white as it needs to be. Looks like it's... No, don't do that. No, get off. There we go. Yeah, the rail is definitely... It shouldn't be... Well, should it be bending that much? Oh, the problem is I've got this beautiful orange here that was doing a lot of work for me, but it's all dried out. And it's not dried out per se, it's just there is none of it left per se. Oh, you fancy. I think I'm just going to continue it here so it helps me vision what's going on. I could put that over top though. Wait, yeah, I think that was my original plan anyway. Yeah, what am I doing? Just put it all the way over top. It's going to look way sicker. It's going to be a slightly more pain in the butt, but... I mean, that's life. This helps me envision this rail too. Let's straighten that up a little bit. There. And then this will look better once this is flattened down a little. Yeah, that's the trick right there. I'm just gonna get it right over top of that text box. I don't know what I was thinking about before, but I'm pretty sure that was my plan from the beginning. I just forgot, question mark. I got too caught up in the extensionist mindset. Alright, let's just do some testing. Okay, I actually really like that orange. I think that's the ticket. I decided I'm just gonna let it rock here. Let it roll. Will something gonna soothe my soul? Hold on to Howling Mine long as you can. You gotta draw some more cards and fill up your hand. Doom doom. Little ditty about Howling Mine. Damn. VOD's getting muted for this one. Now, the track needs to get thicker as it goes here. And I've got some places where that's not happening. There we go. So just thicken that part up a little bit. Paint some lands with gouache. Do it. Do it. Sounds like a good time to me. What's stopping you, huh? You got the gouache on hand? Gouache me, gouache me, gouache me, gouache me. Uh-oh, I'm making a mistake. He can't keep getting away with it. Uh-oh, I'm making a mistake again. Ooh, D&D homework. You've been procrastinating on your D&D homework? Couldn't be me. No, that very much is me, frankly. Although I am proud, last time I was DM, I made a whole sub-game inside D&D. I made a hockey. I made rules for hockey inside of D&D. And I made a battle map that was a scale replica of a hockey rink. And I forced my players to play hockey, but with the storyline of Space Jam. And I say force, I think lovingly, because I'm pretty sure everyone had a good time. Alright, this is like... When I can bring out this brush, this is a good time. Yeah, I'm Canadian. I'm Canadian. Yeah, you could say that. This brush I don't even use to paint. I literally use it to like scrape paint off of the card. So when I want to have a bit more control than when I use my toothpicks to remove paint, I use this brush. And just look at that. Look at that line thin out. It's like magic. So I have this brush and the bristles are so hard that I don't even use it to paint because it scrapes through all my paint layers. But it is an amazing tool for getting paint off the card. So sometimes when you notice something's doing the opposite of what you want it to do, you should just roll with it and find a way to make that useful to you. Oh. Alright, I think I might have to move the card. Samesies, what part of Canada? I'm in Edmonton. I'm in Edmonton. Ding, 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 ding. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Am I even in frame? There we go. Put it back in frame, would you? Hey, I'm 5 hours west. So that's... Never eat soggy wieners. That's past Calgary. Was that like Rocky Mountain House area? I think Banff is more than 5 hours from Edmonton, but I could be wrong. That's alright, don't dox yourself. The internet's a scary place. My girlfriend is over in the area right now. She's teaching snowboarding. No wait, she's not teaching snow. She's just snowboarding. It's been a few years since she's taught. So she's out on a little snowboarding trip. And because she used to teach snowboarding, she is very advanced at snowboarding. And unfortunately, I hold her back from going and facing the top of the mountain. So I remain at home. Although I have gone on trips with her regardless. Snowboarding and, well, I ski personally. But this weekend I decided to keep it low key. Just chill. And we didn't really have someone available to watch our dog, so I'm on dog duty. Dog watching duty. I think I'm just gonna go straight white until they're the way I want them, and then I'll worry about color. These rails, that is. I got a little bend that I don't care for too much at the moment. Yeah, there is like another person in the Edmonton area, and I think their handle is Loot Goblin. And I think they've been, well, I know that they've been doing it longer than I have, but I don't know exactly when they started. But occasionally they will have a booth when Face to Face comes to town. I think I visited their booth before I even started painting altars. I didn't even like think about it too much. But I think they mostly focus on doing original art for tokens and such, and then just kind of alter on the side a bit more. Yeah, I need my track to be a little bit not bad here, to put it politely to myself. There we go, it's starting to get there. I feel like this part, I might just scrap it. We'll see. I'm not sure it's going to add too much, so I might end up scrapping that. And that's not me trying to get out of work. That's me being honest with myself. That right now, I think it's a little uninspired. Alright, this is starting to get the right angle. What do you specialize in painting? You mentioned the gouache earlier. Yeah, the problem is I kind of committed myself to doing this in one sitting. And typically I very rarely do a card in one sitting unless it's just happens to be like easy, right? Multimedia. Dang, that's so cool. I feel like there's like real artist and then there's like me painting my cards. I'm not trying to be down on myself, don't get worried about that. I'm just saying, like, for example, I don't have much like artwork hung in my home. My home is not very like aesthetic that way. I'm not like a super, I don't really have an eye for a lot of art. Fall stained glass, ooh, that's cool. Fall stained glass sounds really hype, really cool. I'm just gonna Do you have any uploads, Danny? I just like uploaded your, or not upload, I opened your channel in another window to like check out when my stream's over. I'm just curious if you have any uploads, if you're making content out there, putting it out there. On YouTube, yes. Okay, cool. I'll check it out. I've got already another tab I opened up earlier from another person who was uploading some altars. I'm all about like getting more into this world and exposing myself to more art and learning more things. Left-handed buddies. Yeah, my parents, like, ever since I was a kid, they're like, oh, you're going to be artistic, you're going to be creative because you're left-handed. I was like, well, I drew and I read and I did a lot of stuff like that when I was a kid. But it's kind of funny if it's, you know, nature or nurture, really. Because I feel like that's kind of the mindset a lot of, not mindset, it's like a pattern a lot of people are quick to point out. And I think it, like, shapes you a bit. When people say that to you a lot. This is really funny because I'm actually like reverse painting. I'm just like sculpting from the ink that's on the card how I want this line to go. Some of my clients get like worried when I tell them that like I do like the sketching on the card. Not worried per se, but they're like, oh, you don't like sketch it out and then transfer it? I'm like, no, I just do it on the card. But when it's so easy to like move the paint around like this, especially on the unpainted areas, it's really chill. Acrylic markers. Yeah, I see a lot of people do cool stuff with acrylic markers. And I must admit I'm like pretty jealous because it looks like it's a lot speedier as well. And I know that I'm like particularly slow at painting because I typically don't know what I'm doing and I just try things until I get the result I want. But acrylic markers, it's like fast. So I am a little bit jealous of people who do altars with the acrylic markers. But, you know, it might be something I get into sooner rather than later. But I feel like once I'm doing that, I need to have more of a creative eye. Right now, my creative eye is see thing, copy thing, right? Me no think good at create. Me just make more of what I see. So this is like my specialty is doing extensions. Oh. Oh yeah, I'm just you know, everyone like I try not to like compare myself to others in an unhealthy way. I try to, like, if I'm comparing myself to someone else, I'm trying to not necessarily put down what I'm doing, but I'm trying to like elevate what they're doing, right? I'm trying to make it like a celebration of what I see, and I'm not trying to get down on myself. I hope it doesn't come across that way. And I also think it's really healthy for people who want to get into doing something like this to hear the perspective of someone who is learning and just trying to make it approachable. That's ultimately what I'm trying to do. So I'm saying like, hey, I didn't take any art courses. I haven't been actively sketching since about 7th or 8th grade was the last time I was like actively sketching, multiple times a week. But I'm still out here. I'm still making something. And it's also like a little bit of a rebellion. I think we're like due for a renaissance a little bit. Like with the whole AI stuff. I think it's time for like a renaissance of human art. And like I don't mean to disparage like digital art. I love digital art. But I think like physical mediums are due for a renaissance. Just kind of as a reactionary response, you know. And I'm not really putting a value judgment on that. I'm just saying I think it's likely to happen. Because I kind of felt that within me. I felt like this AI stuff has gone too far. I've like had the like thought like if people are gonna create, they should just create with their own hands, not with AI. And then I'm like, well, instead of saying that, why don't I just go and do it? Not that like this whole process was some moralistic stance I chose to take. I just wanted to see cool cards. I just want to see cool cards, and I want to have cool cards. And I didn't have the money to pay someone else to paint cool cards. So I had to make the cool cards myself. Is what it came down to. Are you like at like farmers markets and stuff, Danny? Look at those tracks coming along very nicely. I should just went in with white to start with. I don't know what I was thinking. Oh yeah, I don't like you mentioned your injury. I don't mean to pry, but like yeah, it's not my business. I won't pry at all, actually. I hope you get well. Oh, I was like sitting at a weird angle and I was like, this isn't working. But actually I've adjusted my angle. I think it's doing exactly what it needs to do. Okay, lovely. that doesn't sound very good. That does not sound pretty good. Something similar happened to my dad a couple years ago. He slipped on some ice. Problem with those back injuries is that they just linger. It's like a lifetime injury, unfortunately. Of course, you can do stuff like physio, like you mentioned, and make improvements, but a lot of times those injuries stick with you for a long time. Ooh, a live painting. That's very bold. I mean, it would be for me, but I mean, it's probably just like exciting for you. Did you do a landscape? I feel like maybe I could like go to the river valley and do a landscape. I mean, I could do it. Who knows how it would end up, but like there's nothing really stopping me from doing it. So nerve-wracking, yeah. Was it like part of an event, or like were you like featured in an event, or you just kind of like showed up and did it? Moberly Homestead. Ancestral home? My ancestral home. I'm just teasing. That's pretty cool. I guess my family has an ancestral home, but it doesn't have a name. It just has a couple generations. Alright, I need to sit up straight so I can see what I'm doing here better. There we go. There we go. So this should have a little bit more of I don't know what that was. A bit more of a curve to it. This part is getting a little too shrimpy dimpy. And I think the bottom has to curve in more. Indigenous market. Oh yeah, well that's cool. You're like featured at that point, and like yeah, it's like you're part of the event, right? And it's definitely like a spectacle. I think anytime someone's painting in public, whether you're part of an event or not, like people are going to be looking. People are going to be very curious, very interested. And I think there's something superhuman about it that like draws people. I mean, people just like to see people do things they're passionate at, that they've put time and practice into. And it doesn't even really matter what the thing is sometimes. Sometimes I feel like I should save the easier parts for last. Like doing this one where I can just adjust the shape by scraping off the ink. Keep saying ink, the paint. But then that second like track is going to be a much bigger pain in the butt. You had some fans, did you? You had a fan club. I'm sure you put on a good exhibition for them. All right. Slowly but surely, this progress is being made. I'm starting to get hungry. I gotta go eat my spaghetti. There, that went very smoothly. Let's see if we can make it 2 for 2 here. Not bad. Oh, and you gave away the painting? That's so cool. That's a great story. Were they like family? Were they related? Like sisters? Or did they have to like you get the painting Monday through Friday, I get the painting Saturday through Sunday, and then we swap every month the schedule. They're sisters. Excellent. That's perfect. You gotta love it when the universe kind of aligns like that. Doesn't always happen, but when it does, it sure is nice. I don't think I'll be going to any like craft fairs or farmers markets, but I would like to go to like some magic events or maybe some cons if I had a bunch of tokens. But I do so many extensions, I never leave myself much time to do tokens and other work like that. I'm sure I'll find time one of these days though. Yeah, an expo would be cool. The thing about me is I'm not very business minded. I'm just creating for the fun of it, and then sometimes someone wants a commission and I acquiesce, but I'm not super business minded. And I'm more invested in like finding a new job rather than making this hobby my job, because I think that comes with a lot of difficulties as well. Especially when I make cards for people, I just kind of like to be involved in people's decks and their story and their hobby and their passion. But as soon as I would like need that for stability, that would make it very difficult. Yeah, self-employment is crazy. Crazy. I mean, it's really funny because I just got like the first level of partnership here on YouTube, but you don't actually get any like ad revenue from that. And the funny thing is, like, I think for ad revenue you get like 5 cents per 1,000 viewers for like reels, for instance. And I just had like a reel go absolutely crazy with like 100,000 views, and that's mind-blowing to me. Certainly. But even if I was like fully monetized where you get ad revenue, that would be $5. So it's all just a hobby. But the thing is, my next job is going to be a good job. I'm stubborn and I'm holding out for like something good. Well, I say I'm holding out, but the truth is nobody calls when I apply. But I think that's pretty par for the course for a lot of places right now. You stream on Twitch? Ooh, mamma mia. Together or separately? What is going on here? I think there's something under my... Oh. There's a toothpick in my... I thought my mat was getting like warped together. Oh, that's super cute. That's super cute. You do like gaming content or art content together? Obscured Star. Hey Bastion, myself and my partner stream altering on Twitch too. We just finished our first stream minutes ago. Your first stream? Cool. This is like the second time I've streamed. No big deal. This is my second. Just kidding. Congratulations. I hope you had a good time. I feel like if I was gonna like tune into a Twitch stream, I would like watch a partner stream. That seems like very healthy, very calm way of doing it. Twilight Princess. Hey, don't say only 4 or 5 viewers. On Twitch, 4 or 5 viewers is like mind-blowing. On Twitch, it's basically, if you're like above 10 viewers, you're probably view botting or something. No, 4 or 5 viewers, that's a good spot. You can get a good chat going on, right? You know, maybe not everybody's chatting, but you got like 1 or 2 people and you're having a good time with it. I hope you enjoy playing Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess, Danny. Twilight Princess is a really underrated. There's a lot of people, like, I'm not saying it's a flawless game, but it really is like a dark horse in the Zelda franchise. The intro to the game is long, and some people don't like the wolf parts, but I mean, the music is really good, and it's just got an atmosphere you're not going to find anywhere else really in the Zelda universe. So all right, I need to adjust my angle so I can do my little scrapey scrape on this side of the track here. That's nice right there. Yeah, I mean, as far as like improving, you don't have to leave my stream up, Danny. It's all good. I'm just here for the hangs. The numbers don't really mean anything to me. Save your bandwidth. But yeah, have a good time for sure. I'll check you out one of these days. Are you the same username on Twitch? I already pulled up your channel in another tab for when I'm done. This on YouTube I'll take a look at. I'm sure you have links to your socials. I'll look. I know how the internet works. Yeah. Stranger Grove. Okay. Where's my Sharpie at here? See ya. Have a good one. Thanks for stopping by. Altars. Alts be altars? Are you guys altering Obscured? Or are you like playing games together on Twitch? I think the thing about like me and learning and improving is I started knowing almost nothing but just being very stubborn, so are both altering? Dang. The couple that alters together I don't know, stays together. The couple that alters together has the sickest Magic the Gathering collection together. Oboro Breeze Caller. I think that's that really like nice, beautiful moon folk that I think Hummingbird Altars did a version of recently, if I'm not mistaken. I'm pretty sure. I was looking at one. That's a really lovely card, and it's a common too. I was actually looking at putting it in a deck as well. That might be in the future for me. Who knows? I'm not trying to blow up your spot. Their 4th Breeze Caller? Holy. There's some like underground Breeze Caller market I'm not aware of? So like one person who just collects Breeze Callers? Or is it like a CDH card? Lamora cards on YouTube? A showcase. Interesting. Give me a second. I have all my little notes of taking my dog out that I'm writing this on. I've never heard of Lamora cards. Lamora cards. YouTube. CDH staple. Okay. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. That makes sense. I know Hummingbird Altars, he's a big CDH guy, so that would make sense. I think I was considering playing it in Pauper Commander, but I can't remember why I wanted to. I think you bounce your own land to hand? I can't remember why I wanted to use it. Into Elton John. The Wandering Minstrel into Elton John. That is a good artist to turn something into. Very distinct. Very distinct style. Very iconic artist. I wonder if someone out there have like a whole Elton John deck? Did they like, is this for you or is this for like a client? Did they, if it's a client, did they tell you like what the deck's for? Or if it's for you, like, do you have like a whole music based deck? Because that sounds pretty cool. Alright, I try not to rotate the card too much, but I ended up untaping it and getting a little carried away there. Oh, okay, cool. So you're like painting in like real deal kind of like photorealistic then. The tool elements. Interesting. Yeah, I'm not sure photorealistic is really my jam, but maybe one day I'll get there. It's really kind of you to say that I'm improving quickly. But yeah, I'm always trying to like push myself a little bit, so maybe one day with some time I'll get there. Oh, there's a hair. There we go. On to Cradle and Candelabra. Wow, you've got like some heavy hitter cards you're working on. I get nervous painting expensive cards. The most expensive one I did, well, I guess I did that Edgar Markov, but if I'm being completely honest, I haven't heard from the client in a few days, so that's making me a little bit nervous. But, oh well. Pink Floyd collage on Tundra. Painted the candle tiny on Cradle. That was nuts. Let me pull up a picture of Cradle real quick. Sorry, this is dull. Okay. Craziness. Yeah. Client just goes poof. This is the first time it happened. But, I don't know. I shouldn't say it's happened. They could just be busy. I did have a client who didn't communicate for like a week. And then like came back as like, yo, I had the craziest week at work. I'm like, oh, okay. Sorry that happened, but glad to have you back. So that one ended up working out. If this one doesn't end up working out, I'm sure. I mean, the game stores near me cannot keep an Edgar Markov in stock, so I think I probably have someone local who would be willing to pick it up, even if it's just like card cost, if it came to absolute worst, but I'm not too worried about it. My paint is pretty dry on my palette right now. I keep saying dry, but it's not about being dry, it's just that I've used it all. That pickup crew. Yeah, I don't really have like a roster of like local peeps. I had one guy who I did some cards for, and he's quite happy. And he recommended me his friend, and his friend wanted me to do a bunch of foils. And, you know, I kind of showed him what it looks like when you alter foils, and kind of told him that you can't super easily extend a foil the way you extend, you know, a non-foil when you're altering it. Most people who do foils are, you know, they're doing a full art and they're doing a wholly original art, I find. And when I told him that, he still wanted to go through with it, but then he got cold feet, I think. Or something like that. I don't know. I just didn't hear back from him. But it didn't hurt my feelings much because I really don't care to do foils, frankly. Yeah. Are you using like Are you using what the hell is this thing called? A cotton ball? Are you using like a cotton ball when you do the acetone? Because I was like trying to rub it with a Q-tip. I was trying to rub it with yeah, I think that I did a Q-tip. I did like this other cotton tipped thing. But as soon as I did the cotton ball, it like evaporated right off the card. I don't know what it is, but like the cotton ball is no joke. Yeah, some foils are harder than others, but this one, it was that Aether Drift foil one I uploaded the Galaxy thing of, and I was like rubbing it with a Q-tip for a couple minutes, and then I figured, hey, I think I need to just try this cotton ball thing I see people talking about. And no joke, it was a huge difference. I don't know, if you haven't tried it, just give it a try. I have no idea, like... Okay, Aether Drift is easy. Maybe I just like swapped early in my routine there, I don't know. I guess I'm gonna be a little disappointed now if I think like the key was the cotton ball and I try another card and it doesn't work. Then I'll be like, God dang it. Yeah, to heck with foils. Crazy. I'm like so anti-foil, but then I upload that what video was it? The Aether Drift foil short, and it got like 100k views. I'm like, what the hell? But it wasn't really people wanting alters. It was just, you know, average TCG people, I believe. Foils are trending? Foils are so hot right now. Foils are so hot right now. Ay, ay, ay. Oof, that helped a lot. That little layer of yellow. Now just don't dry in a circle, please, and thank you. I'll be happy. Yeah, that helped a lot, a lot, a lot, a lot. And then let's get it yellowy in here. Because I'm going to be bold, I'm going to add another one of these silly symbols. So that's going to be orangish, so it'll probably just look better if I lay my base yellow in here. Japanese foils. I don't have any of those. But I have started just like adding certain foils to my kind of cart whenever I do an order, and I notice I've just been adding like a galaxy foil here or there. Like whenever I see a common galaxy foil from what is the set? The unset? Unfinity? Yeah. When I see like a Unfinity Galaxy foil under $1, I just throw it in the cart. Because I may not want it now, but I'll probably want it in the future. And one thing I want to do is I want to start doing some foil peels. I have like a really cool idea I want to do for Dina Soul Steeper. There's another unset card. It's not Unfinity though. It's from the one that had, I think, contraptions they're called. And the contraption is Deadly Poison Sampler. And it's got this like really cool kind of like green floating skull in it. And I want to foil peel that off. Maybe I'm not very familiar with the unset kind of names. But yeah, it's got the card Deadly Poison Sampler. It's got this really cool floating green skull. So I want to take that, foil peel that, and put it like onto Dina's cup of tea there. And while I'm at it, I think I really dislike criticizing other artists, but I think the background of Dina Soulsteeper is a little plain, and I might put it on, do a foil peel of another like full art land, and put that as her like new background and give her that cool green skull. Because she is a really cool Pauper commander as well. You good, Libby? Sorry, my dog ran into the room panting. She was out not long ago. You're okay. I think she's just confused because I'm streaming. Usually I'm just quiet, doing my own thing. And then she's wondering, why the heck am I talking for hours on end? Why are you talking so much? What's going on? Let's watch TV together. Come lay down. No, I'm not watching no TV today, Libby. I'm painting. I ain't watching no TV today. Maybe later. Yeah, she's very curious. What's going on? I am going to lick your elbow until I understand what's happening. Oops, hit my camera there. Leave my elbow alone, Libby. Leave it alone. Okay. Alright, I need to be more intentional. I'm just kind of moving paint around and I'm not really thinking. So let's be more intentional. Let's get some highlights into this stuff up here. Alright, that's good. Now let's get some not so watered down paint. Yes, Libby, hello. And I want to shrink that down a little. I'm running out of palette space. Well, I've had much more crowded palettes than this, but still. Alright, this is too bright, but that's okay. I can cover that back up afterwards. Then let's, okay, this part is too thick, and give it that curve. Lovely. Lovely, lovely. I'd love to connect with you about art swap, collab, anything else might be interested in. One alters to another sometime off stream. Your work is great. Oh, thanks. Yeah, I'm definitely open to it. Are you in like the Alterous Discord, Obscured Star? There's like a Discord where a bunch of us are in it. Are you in that Discord? If you are in that Discord, then, you know, very easy to talk there. Where you're in Altered Hunters? Okay, I'm in that one too. Yeah, we can connect in there for sure. There's one thing I kind of want to do. I kind of want to do like maybe a YouTube show or maybe a podcast, and I want to alters by alters. Okay, yeah. I stun locked myself. Oh yeah, I want to do like a podcast or maybe like a YouTube show in which I like almost like What is the podcast with Benjamin Wheeler and Shivam? I listen to like every episode. Why am I blanking here? Because I'm trying to paint and stream and talk. Oh, it's called Wheeler and Shivam Love Magic. Duh. Yeah. Anyway, they talk about like every set from the lens of Commander, casual Commander, they say. And I want to do one where you talk about every set, but from the lens of, you know, the art of the set. So basically going through, you know, one set of Magic at a time, and then just like riffing with a guest, or, you know, maybe I have a co-host or a group, and we just kind of like talk about the Magic art from that set. Once again, I don't like to like critique other artists per se, but I think it's totally valid to have, you know, preferences and know what you like, and not so much what you dislike, but know what's your favorite, right? Ooh, that helped a lot. Magic art theory had a crazy evolution. Okay. Dude, I'm gonna have so many notes by the end of this. Magic art theory. Was this a podcast? Oh, wrong finger. I'll have to look into that. I don't know what it is right now, but I'll look into it because it sounds up my alley. What do you mean by saying they had a crazy evolution? It's intriguing. General search topic. Oh. Okay. Interesting. Alright, I'm going in with a really bright orange. I hope this doesn't do anything too crazy. It's definitely highlighting that. Ooh, that looked good. I love it when I can stop painting for a second and just look and be like, oh yeah. That was very successful. How was developed? MTG started as such an open-ended device for art with very little overhead. Artists could interpret to any degree. WotC didn't even know they were making a mythos yet. Well, that's very true. That's very true. I mean, if you think about it, like Magic is pretty much stands alone when it comes to a trading card existing without another IP, until of course recent years, of course. But you know, most games, trading card games that come and go, are off the hype of like a pre-existing IP. We've had a few more in recent years with crowdfunding. It definitely makes that a bit more possible. It altered, but I think that's closed down now. And then there's Flesh and Blood and Sorcery. But we haven't had another big one in some time. Okay, these tracks need to have a little bit of yellow in them. And I'm a little nervous to do it, but I'm just going to go in with a real watered down yellow and apply that sheet. Phyrexia has a platform for narrative a while back. Who did that video? That's what I like watching real long. I mean, I'm like painting for hours like this, so typically I'm not listening to RuneScape lo-fi. That's just a streaming thing. Typically I'm listening to a podcast or a audiobook or a YouTube video. Okay, I think I'm just moving wet paint. I think I have to let this dry for a moment. Ristic Studies, yeah, Ristic Studies does good stuff. I saw a video about Phyrexia from him. I think it was like Phyrexia is hell, right? You know, it was talking about how, okay, we watched the same thing then. I guess I just didn't envision it in my mind as a platform for narrative. Yeah, no, that was a good video. Oh, I watched so many Ristic Study videos that all YouTube wanted to recommend me was more Ristic Study videos, to the point where I watched them all and it was like, hey, time for a rewatch. So yeah, I'm a big fan of Ristic Studies. I would like to do something like that content wise, but I just find I don't have the same storytelling chops, really. Having that issue with music and macro blank. Macro blank, that's the Vaporwave album. It keeps telling you to listen to macro blank. Oh, this is like, because like Vaporwave is kind of like liminal and eerie, and you know, once in a while, like, is it macro blank that has the album with, it's got the bust with the pink background? I don't know the statue what the bust is, but if that is macro blank, I have this weird thing on my computer that, like, every time I listen to that, like halfway through, YouTube locks up and I have to like close the browser window, and it's so strange and like almost eerie that it only happens with that. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that's macro blank. It's crazy, like, I've had just like a few chatters in here over the time that I've been streaming. It's like, each person who comes in, I have like so much stuff that I can connect with them on. It's crazy. Yo, this is starting to look good though. This is starting to look good though. Oh, okay. Interesting. Yeah, I thought Vaporwave was like a really cool like moment in time in the internet. Everybody was just kind of like chilling out. Now everybody's like rage baiting. Okay. Oh no, I still go listen to Vaporwave once in a while. And I think people who like Vaporwave are the type of people that have like terabytes of media hoarded away, so they have the drives. Terminally chill? Damn, couldn't be me. Or could it? I could be chill. Okay, this is starting to look really good. I think what I gotta do is, because I keep being tempted for this edge to change it somehow. I think what I gotta do instead of that is to change the background near it. This. It's a little too orange. It should be more yellow. Then that will make the edge of that line pop out a lot more. Can you tell I'm afraid of doing these mountains? Well, I've been afraid of a lot. I looked at this card and I said, this is going to be so fun, so chill. But the Howling Mine is striking fear into my heart. Just like when it's played. Quoting Caravan Palace. What's Caravan Palace? Is it because of like the way I talk, or is it what I'm saying? I'm not familiar with Caravan Palace. The Chippity Tunes. It's an electro swing band. Oh. Electro swing. And somehow I sound like a band? It sounds like I'm quoting a band? This is kind of like... kind of vibey right here. It's like I can feel some clouds coming. The problem here is the set symbol. That is the problem that we've come up against. I don't know what to do about it right yet, so I'm going to dodge it for a moment while I think. I don't think there's any way around it. I'm going to have to put this over this. And I think it's going to look a little clashy. I think that will be the case. Okay. No one needs the set symbol. No one needs the unibrow. No one needs the unibrow. I had to say it twice just in case nobody got it the first time. That, of course, is a quote from Adam Sandler's 8 Crazy Nights. A millennial classic, if you will. So evergreen, it's not going anywhere. What if I just, like, get rid of it? You know, like I just put a bunch of gray there and it's not even like peeking out. I think that might honestly be the best way for it to look. And then people are like, oh, is that even a real card? There's no set symbol. Is it legal at tournaments? The #1 comment on any altered thing. Is that legal at tournaments? Bro, do you go to tournaments? Probably not. I'll show you what's legal at tournaments. I was going to make a joke about BO, but I forgot that that's no longer legal at Yu-Gi-Oh tournaments. Dang. Yeah, of course we have to keep it in mind. I just think it's funny that like it's always in the comments, which is like interesting because I feel like I don't know. It's probably just because I'm in the space. It's like, yeah, of course, everyone knows if it's done well enough and tight enough and doesn't hide certain information, then you're good to go. Well, up to a judge's discretion, of course. But it's always, you always see that comment everywhere. Yeah. Okay, if I'm going to completely get rid of the set symbol, then I need to make sure this is really clean before I do it. This will be a first. No one has ever done this before. Just kidding. It's all been done. More rails? Bruh. More rails? Trust me, 2 was enough. Do you not see it take me? Do you not see it take me like an hour? Sorry, I'm just being funny. I think I'm getting loopy. Whose idea was it to do a card in one sitting? What did I title this stream? Is there a loophole I can do? Did I put like... I should have put altering a card till I feel like eating spaghetti. That would have been a very truthful title. Altering a magic card until I feel like eating spaghetti. You don't like the cogs? Bruh. Dude, I love a massive cog. Bro, I love a massive cog. Oh no. Okay, enough of that. Actually, I think the cogs are a little much. We are beginning the process of graying out the set symbol. What's it like to have a partner who also alters? You find yourselves like competing against each other? Sometimes like my girlfriend gives me like critique and I get grumpy, I'm not gonna lie. So if like she was actually really good at painting, I take it even more personally. You collab a lot? Interesting. Wait, you said you were... No, you... No, I don't think it was you who said you were left-handed. Is one of you left-handed and one of you right-handed? Because that would be a crazy video, is like... you paint at the same time, one from each side of the card. I don't think it'd be very comfortable, but that would be a crazy video. Okay, I'm too dark right now. You didn't say that? Yeah, okay. I get a lot of left-handed people in the chat. I'm not sure why. The YouTube algorithm just knows. Okay. That was way too dark. I don't think it's probably dry yet. Goodbye, set symbol. We hardly knew ye. Alright, I need to look at this. Is there blue in the artifact doodad thingy? There might be a little bit of blue in there. I feel like if you do something more well known, that's like a funny gimmick. One left-handed person, one right-handed person doing like a thing. But I feel like since altars are kind of like not general common knowledge, it's like a niche thing. Maybe a video of that would be super intriguing. Maybe not an altar, maybe just like left-handed and right-handed person paint on the same canvas at the same time. That'd be more approachable to a wider audience. Alright, I'm gonna let this set symbol dry up a little bit. Yeah, it probably looks sick as hell. And I'm going to clean up my Howling Mine box up here a little bit. Dun, dun. Ooh. Yeah. Toothpick. Do you have any other scraping implements you care for? Let us discuss notes on scraping implements. I think I'm going to not scrape it out to the white. I think I kind of like it the way it is. And I'm not making that decision now out of laziness. I made that decision hours ago when I painted over the white and said to hell with it. If you ever need something to bear down harder with that won't scratch too much, you can cut a Q-tip in half and use the stem. Oh yeah, I've got one of those. I don't cut in half, I just pull all the cotton off. Then I usually wet it. Yeah, don't tell my clients, but like half their cards they get from me are covered in drool. Okay. Is anyone watching vertical? Can you tell me if this is in the center? If so, I have no idea how YouTube is cropping it. I just kind of have it in the center of the camera. But yeah, obscured star. I use a little Q-tip bit sometimes too. I use that, and I don't know if you were in here when I was talking about it, but oh yeah, you've been here. But this brush is just super firm, so I just wet it a bit. And I don't do it on parts that are already painted, right? But over like the text box, it's really good for, you know, shaping down stuff like this in the edges. But yeah, I bought this brush hoping I would paint with it, but it's just so firm and so tough that it scrapes paint off so easily. But instead of fighting against that, I use it to scrape paint off now. But yeah, I also tried for a while using those like bamboo teeth cleaning picks, but you nailed it on the head when you said like having that little bit of moisture is what really makes or breaks the whole process. And those like bamboo, not bamboo, whatever, like the plasticky material. I think it's charcoal. The ones I have. Toothpicks, they don't retain any moisture, so they don't do a good job of scraping. I had like a dentist tool that they used to like scrape the gunk off your teeth. Not to be gross, but I mean that's what they do with it. I had one of those, but the problem is I scraped the ink right off the card with it, so it worked a little too well. And then I had to like repaint in like some text that I scraped off. It was for a commission too. I can't remember. It was something I did that had an X in the ability, and I scraped off that X. Don't remember. Okay. I'm not sure how this got so orange in my thing here. I'll have to fix that up a little bit. Wonderful, wonderful. Okay. My little text box experiment should be nice and dry now. Alright, that's getting closer. I don't think anybody's viewing vertically, or they're shy, one of the two. It's okay. I presume if they're not watching, that's probably because it's not even on the camera. Mom, get the camera. Ooh, my eyebrows. My eyebrows. Help my eyebrows. Alright, let's do a bit more yellow over here. Yeah. It's like whenever you put on like a fresh thing of paint, it's got that gloss, that sheen to it, and it just looks better. It can be a trap, I think. You're like, oh, I need to keep putting on paint because it just keeps looking better. I think I'm going to make the slightly lazy executive decision to get rid of these. I don't think they need to be there. Perspective-wise, they don't even make sense. Oh, wait a minute. I could be swayed otherwise if it ends up looking good at some point. Hold. Yeah, maybe a nice subtle little few spikes down here. You like them? Well, say goodbye. Well, too bad. Yeah, I like it too, and it looks really good. I think these actually look a little better now that I've made them smaller. I mean, yeah, Uncard's got a lot going on. I think I just want to like not deter the eye too much from the other stuff going on the card. And I think it's the weakest part of my painting at the moment. Of course, I just haven't put the time into them yet. So I just don't want the attention to go here at the moment. I think it'll just help me paint as well, because my eyes will stop looking at them. There. Yeah, I think if maybe I make them a little small like that, maybe I won't mind them. For now, we'll see. Also, I need to eat my spaghetti. I'll probably just like be like, okay, I'm done, and then afterwards go back and paint it a little bit. Be like, I wasn't done. I didn't hear no bell. I usually do that with clients, and they're like, wow, the card looks even better in person. And I'm like, yeah, I spent another 2 hours on it that I didn't send you a picture of. But shh, don't tell them that. They'll expect it. Yeah, the thing is, like, in my mind, they should be, like, gigantic, because they're already this big up here. And then it's, like, further down, the revolution's happening in New York. And... Sorry, what? I think I got lost in Hamilton lyrics. Further down, further down. What is the exact amount of seconds I can sing a song for? Dip out for dinner? Oh, were y'all both watching me? That's so cute. Yeah, it was awesome spending some time. I'll link up with you guys on the Altar Hunters subreddit. Not subreddit, Discord. And yeah, if you want to work on a project or swap or something like that, you can make that happen for sure. Enjoy your supper. All right, cheers. Have a good one. Nice. Cool. And I'll check out your streams too. I'm looking to like get into this art community. Not be such a hermit. Spend too much time being a hermit over the years. Time to branch out. But yeah, have a good supper. I think I might call it a little short. We'll see here. I definitely want to go eat something. I'm starting to feel that hunger. And I think some fresh eyes would really help me finish this off. I do like that this set symbol is disappearing rather inconspicuously into this type line bar. Goodbye, we don't need you here. Goodbye. What set are you from? Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Okay, I'm gonna let that dry a little bit. So here, we have to lighten this back up. It got too orange somehow. So, just a little bit of white and yellow. Very steady stroke here. Maybe just straight yellow. Let's see what that does. A little too much. But now I'll just put a little white on top of that. Alrighty. There we go. We are so back, as the kids say. As the kids say, what am I, 50 years old? Bro. Well, as those young whippersnappers I hear speak about. Okay, one thing I think I should do here is this being just like straight black is not a good look. We're getting into the nitty-gritty here. We have officially removed the set symbol. Well, we can fix that up a little bit yet. Lovely. All right. We will be getting rid of this set symbol, at which point then I can make the additional runes. This one here, one more here, and we will be big chillin'. Alright, whoever's in here, I've failed to accomplish my goal in altering this in one shot. I've decided that I really want to eat some spaghetti and take my dog out to pee. So, I'll zoom in just a little bit on this Howling Mine, show you where we're at right now. By zoom in, I mean move my whole damn tripod. Can you see that? I really wish I didn't move the tripod, actually. Regret. Alright. That is where we are at. That is where we're calling it for now. This is not done. I'll be adding another rune here, another rune here. I'll be fixing up these spiky things. And then, of course, I have to add in the extension of that mountain range there. But, for now, I must go eat pasta. Alright, cheers, have a good one. If you're just tuning in, I'm heading out. I'm not done yet. I'll have to come back and finish this up, but I'm very hungry. So I'll see y'all around. Well, that's works for me, Christopher, because I'm heading out. So thanks for the compliment and have a good day, bud. Alright, cheers everybody.